Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Jason Hornsby, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, as I say, are below this video. With that, I'll hand across to whoever is in G+ and Discord, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Closest I've ever come to that in real life is I was a scuba diver when I was young, got certified. Then hadn't bloated up yet and floated to the top. So but that's the closest I've ever come, is just finding out later that I could have found the body.
That's pretty creepy. I've only ever been to one funeral, so I haven't seen. One time I was in the ER. I had to take my mother to the ER for something. It was right after her stroke, and I can't remember what. But an old man died in the waiting room. The expression death rattle. I never knew what that meant until I saw this old man do it, and I'm like, ooh, that'll stick with me. That was pretty upsetting.
It's like he was gone, and then he kind of shook and rattled around, or you mean just you actually saw him die?
Nah, he was in the wheelchair. He was, because his sons were almost my parents' age. So this man was pretty old. This was about 10 years ago. And he was in the wheelchair, and his son's he really needs to see somebody right now. Then all of a sudden he started making this wheezing noise, and you can kind of just see the life go out of his eyes. And I'm like, oh, that's what they mean when they say death rattle. It was just this noise that came out of his I think all the air in his lung. It was pretty bad.
Yeah. That's one thing about raising kids and having a family and just being on a farm is one of the things we learned, and I learned this from another guy, passed down. If you're going to have livestock, you're eventually going to have dead stock. And you better get used to it, and you better know what it's like. If not, you're going to have a rough go of life. You don't understand what life's about.
Oh yeah, my dad grew up on I don't know if he grew up on a hog farm or if his family just worked at one. But he was talking about having to move the dead hogs and stuff all the time. He said it was the worst thing ever. Ugh. You start moving them, the gases start coming out. I just remember him telling me that when I was real little, but I think he was just trolling me too.
Oh no, there's yeah. When you talk about farm life and ranching and livestock, there's no trolling in that. Especially
I just mean he made it so over the top graphic, which is probably correct, but
it is. Man, we've got my wife was raised on a hog farm, and it was a big production one. So she's actually the farmer or the country girl in the family, and I was a city kid. And uh, about 40 years of being trained by her and raising sheep. Now I'm the farmer guy.
Oh, nice.
But um, yeah, no, it's if you're told a grisly story by somebody who's actually raised livestock and any capacity, it's chances are it's pretty accurate and in real life more graphic than you're imagining.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, most
Plus, I mean, if you got a couple hundred dead hogs and then one dies over the weekend and you don't realize it, what are all the other hogs going to do? They're going to start eating it, and you got to clean that up after.
was that his story?
Something to that effect. But he would also say, like, there'd be a dead one, he'd grab it by the legs, but the hog would be so heavy. Then when you start trying to move it, it would rip in half, and just everything would come out. Like, just tell me that when I was like 6, and I'm like,
Yeah,
that's so gross. But at the same time, it was the coolest thing ever.
you can't see me, but I'm nodding my head and just kind of going, yeah, okay, what's next? So, oh yeah, you could. It's not just hog, although hogs are repulsive, but um, oh yeah, there's just endless stories like that, and that's really that's why a lot of farmers are pretty much quiet and don't talk much, and you don't get a lot out of them unless you're truly interested and you really want to hear stuff that's going on, that's real life. Because what you just told me, I'm going, yeah, that happened. Okay. I have absolutely no problem with anything like that. And the joke is, who cares about burying the bodies? Just make sure you know a good hog farmer. Right.
Right.
I
That's
check.
right. Where do I bury the bodies? Oh, forget about burying the bodies. Old Farmer Joe's got a hog farm down the way. You know.
Who's that, Surf Daddy?
Yes, sir.
Where were you guys yesterday? I gotta go back and listen to a show where I'm working. Nathan's struggling for guys to get involved, and Fisherman in the Box has to come in and save the day. What's going on?
It was all a big plot to get Fisherman to finally speak up. The guy's been sitting in there for months and just lurking. And I, corresponded with him a couple times offline and on Facebook and stuff. And he's just the best guy in the world
Yeah,
and fun,
we've been
fun to
following
talk
him.
to. And the guy's just quiet. And then, so we had to just sit there and make him so embarrassed
Nah,
that
nah, nah,
he
nah.
spoke up.
The guy's working. The guy works during that time. He's on the move. He's forced him to
I know.
be in a situation.
He's got his farm stand going on and stuff like that. But there comes a time when the guy's just got to speak up
But then do the
and
same thing for Stevie then. Stevie sits there, I don't hear a word coming out of him unless I'm throwing out Orwell and telling him get the frick out. Then I hear Stevie pipe up. Don't give me that crap.
What the hell is
well,
Stevie?
is Steve the one that looks like me a little bit?
Oh, you mean Steve? Yeah. Steve will either talk your ear off or be really quiet.
Yeah, Stevie talks
He
up
must.
when the show's over. Oh, what? I got
Yeah, he
regular
comes on in
birdies
the
listening
afternoon.
everywhere.
Yeah. Well, yesterday just happened to be a day when we had stuff going on. and that I couldn't talk. So
Hey, let's listen to this. The guy I'm working with, he's hard of hearing, right? I got to scream to communicate with him, right? I got the show on very low in my pocket. And he's like, are you on the phone? I said, no, I'm not on the phone. I said, how can you hear that anyway? I'm screaming to communicate with you, and you hear a little sound coming out of my pocket. Yeah, well, it's very annoying. Can you shut it off, please? So, it's funny, man. People got selective hearing. I got to get headphones. That's what it is.
it's very real. I can hear. Here's the deal: is I'm going to have to bail because we got a septic tank guy coming, and but there's an alarm that goes off in our basement when the septic tank needs attention, and this thing goes from either just a tiny little, barely audible, beep to loud alarm sound, and I can hear that in the
Yeah, but
basement.
that's different.
When it's just going off, a little teeny tone. But wife wants me to do something. She's standing right next to me. I don't hear her.
It's different. We're working.
Yeah.
It's freaking people feeling that you're taken from there. Like, I never heard this in my life. And I've worked since I'm freaking 13 years old. Everybody today's like a bunch of little faggots in plain English. Okay, you shut that up. That's bothering me. What's bothering you? The fact that he's got an English accent, or the fact that he's telling you straight up and down it's level, it's measured flat? Which one you think it
What
is?
the fuck are you on about? Holy shit, dude. What are you talking about, Neil? You just went off on a weird tangent
Surf
that had
Daddy,
nothing to do with anything that was just said.
you're causing feedback.
Well, I think.
What are you talking about? We're
it's-
talking about people having selective hearing, Batsy. I'm not going off on a tangent. He's talking about a different sound where you hear a high pitch. I'm talking about a guy telling me to shut my phone off because he hears it in my pocket, but he's hard of hearing, and I got to scream to communicate with him. What the hell are you talking about? It's right on top.
I don't know. All I know is Sir F Daddy was talking about septic tank, and you started calling somebody a faggot. I had no idea where that was going.
No,
My
Septic
bad.
tank. Why was
no,
he? All right. Why was he talking about septic tank, Fatsy? I'm starting to think
because
Eli's right.
no, dude, I was just talking about the
Hey,
alarm in
The
Neil.
the
alarm
alarm.
that you are able to hear, right?
I could hear a little teeny alarm, but I couldn't hear my
Thank
wife.
you.
Selective hearing, full circle.
Exactly. Started with me claiming that the guy's hearing a little sound in my pocket, but I got to scream to freaking ask him for a tool. He's leaning his head in. I'm hard of hearing, but he's not hard of hearing my show.
Probably he just doesn't
That's the
listen to
whole
you and
freaking
ignores you
point.
for the whole
Pay
day.
attention, Vaxie.
Sorry to interrupt. There's rules about
Yeah.
using that word that starts with F. Unless you're a homosexual, Neil, you're not allowed to use that word.
Little faggy.
You're not allowed to use that word. Not allowed to use that word.
Neil,
So I can't sing the
What about-
song by Dire Straits?
No, that's correct.
Money for nothing?
You can't sing Money for Nothing. No, that's correct.
Okay. Money for nothing?
What if you're carrying a bundle of sticks?
Dave Chappelle broke this down in a joke he did. So he's talking with his manager, and his manager says, "You're not allowed to use that F word." And he says, "Why not?" He says, "Because you're not homosexual, therefore you can't use the word faggot because you aren't one." He says, "Okay, but I use the word nigger in my routine constantly." He goes, "Yeah, that's all right." He says, "Why is that all right?" "Well, because you're..." And then he stops. Chappelle goes, "What? I'm what?"
I'd call that a touche moment. Anyhow, he's got selective hearing, and he probably doesn't like to talk to you, Neil.
not a lot of people do.
Wise ass.
Maybe
Vaxie.
that's not true, but still.
Every time I hear his voice, I just see Joe Pesci and my cousin Vinny, and it makes me smile and it makes me happy. Neil, You make me happy.
Every time I hear Neil's voice, I think of that Chihuahua from the 90s Taco Bell commercials. Just a yappy little dog sitting on somebody's lap. Just
Actually, every time I hear your voice, it sounds like I've been played and you're a liar.
Oh, what? Do you have to do this? Really?
wait, Neil, why am I a liar? Why are you saying that? Hello, Neil, you just called me a liar. Why'd you call me a liar?
It is sometimes hard to tell when Neil's just yanking your chain and he is busting your balls because he really likes you. There's got to be
No,
a
that's a
baseline.
negative. He's now pissed me off. He's on my shit list.
Yeah, because I called him a yappy Chihuahua. Because he's probably 5'5" with a little wife beater and a pot belly yelling on Discord.
Baxi, dude, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, what are you both doing? Neil included. No need. No need.
Anyhow, if I may interrupt, because I'm not.
No, you may not.
gonna be able
First
to-
of all, motherfucker, I'm 5'6".
Please stop. Please.
Neil.
And he came in and started this shit, telling me, what the hell are you talking about? He got offended when I said the word faggot. Are you a faggot?
No, it was just terms of service.
Oh, my Lord.
Terms of service. I'm fine with that. If I'm carrying a bundle of sticks, doing fine, or got a cigarette. Isn't that what cigarette is in England?
And I'm
Nathan?
starting to realize maybe this is what Eli was talking about. He's freaking taking shots at me early this morning. I don't need that shit. I could take it. I'm a fucking grown man. But don't be a fucking prick.
You clearly can't take it. You clearly can't take it, Neil. You're all upset.
We were having a good time. Talking about not being able to hear our wives, but I can hear a sump pump alarm down in the basement. It's all chill. At any rate, what I couldn't chat about yesterday was I found it interesting, your comment about how that some of the anti-flat earthers are, like Simon Dan, or Professor Dave or whoever, that are measuring locally, and they're starting to brace against what they are seeing is going to be the release of the book and kind of a paradigm shift, maybe, when the book comes out. I think that idea is pretty valid and something to be thought about as the book is nearing to coming out. Excuse me. And because it's going to only be the big anti-FE people that are going to start doing this publicly. And I think we need to be kind of more aware of listening to them when they're doing their rants and stuff like that, to see where they're starting to get cracks in their arguments. And yeah, it's local. Yeah, it's local. But, and follow that and play on it when they do it. I think the worst thing you could have been doing, or the worst thing for Simon Dan, that you could have done, is to continue to just say, hey, you said we measure the earth flat locally. Boom. That's got to be killing them.
Of course.
There's no one sending out and sharing his videos.
Of course, he's got to concede to local measurements of flatness in every respect for every bullproof he ever alleges to have, and there aren't any exceptions to that. All claim to be globe proofsies will require a flat earth be measured at some stage during the proofsy process that they enter into.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing in debates on Facebook and stuff, I've got a few friends I'm talking with that are having their personal conversations with other people about the subject. They're still on gravity vectors and how the compasses work on a globe because of gravity, and airplanes down is towards the center of the earth. Level is not flat. That's the big thing. Well, horizontal, it can be horizontal, but it doesn't mean it's flat. I mean, that bad. That's just dumb. I've been posting just stuff I find, it gets fed to me, stuff from about airplanes. Here's instrumentation. Here's the flights. Here's how we do this. Here's glide slope. I just post that stuff on my Facebook page. And I've got a couple people that absolutely go bonkers. And it's hilarious. All I can do is say, well, because they're horizontal, what about it? There's nothing curved about that. Well, you just don't know how to fly a plane. So you don't understand. And I say, oh, look, here's pitch data. It says horizontal. Well, that's not what it means. All the arguments that you've been going through the past couple of years. And uh, it's fascinating to watch. They're way behind the arguments of the we'll call them the top dog anti-flat earthers, the usuals. But they're still using their, trying to use their old arguments. It's just going to be interesting when the book comes out, because the people that are arguing hard in my realm, in Facebook debates and stuff like that, are stuck just using the stuff from the top top anti-flat earthers of the stuff they did years ago. And now the top anti-flat earther guys are saying, it's measured local. And I take that and run with it. So it's causing a little bit of chaos out there, especially when people are making arguments that flat water is actually curved because it follows the gravity of the earth. So
Well, my thing is the thing. Oh, sorry, buddy.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it would be interesting to focus on and find out where there's more cases of the measuring elevation angles, anti-flat earthers, and publicize those.
I get hung up on the local part. I mean, for one, anytime you bust out any type of measuring device, it's going to be local to you. Like if you're measuring a piece of wood, building a porch or a deck or something, that's local. That's a local measurement. But if you take an elevation angle, that's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles of flatness. You measure an angle that's 32 degrees to Polaris. You get your zenith distance, which is because what is it? It's a right angle triangle. So it's a right angle with two acute angles. One's 32 degrees going up to the star, then you get the 90th from the location of the star to the GP, and then you got your other acute angle, which is 58 degrees. So 58 times 60 is 3,840 miles or whatever. That's not local at all. That's like almost 4,000 miles, all on the same horizontal plane.
You turn your camera off, Neil.
What I'm practicing and trying to get better at, though, is not even going into the math. I can't even get to that point where trying to tell somebody that I can't even tell somebody to measure an elevation angle to Polaris from your freaking backyard, and that will be your latitude. wow, how did you do that with no, and I point out no math, no corrections, no curvature. You just do your elevation angle to Polaris, and that's your latitude. Isn't that amazing? Try it yourself. You can do it. They won't even do that for a variety of reasons, mostly because if they do that, then they have to admit that they didn't consider curvature.
You don't have to admit that they're
And
not considering curvature. You don't have to get them to concede that they're not doing something. The measurement itself requires a flat plane to measure. And you say altitude angle, just altitude, full stop, requires a flat plane of reference. It's perpendicular to the plane when you describe height or altitude. So an altitude angle, or elevation angle, is a step beyond what you need as a flat Earth prerequisite evidence and standard for how Earth gets measured in all examples. So when you're next dealing with a bull believer and they start talking through how Earth is measured, they will immediately start utilising flat Earth prerequisites and then justifying how it defies its own axiom. So you said earlier, well, horizontal bends. No, it doesn't. If you want to suggest that horizontal bends, you're defying the axiomatic principle of horizontal. All horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's an axiom that we utilise when building things and levelling tools. Now, if they want to say, no, it isn't, okay, that's the hard place, isn't it? Oh, so you want to deny how this measurement works. Okay, so horizontals not level, straight, flat, a line. Okay, what about in your mathematics of Earth curve if you want to appeal to this defiance of an axiom? Is eye level parallel with surface level or not? Now, when they say no, well, then your maths fails. Because you require Earth be measured flat and that the axiomatic principles in the measurements hold true in all circumstances. Ergo, there are no exceptions. Earth can only be measured flat. And an apology for how flatness isn't really flat, because they believe it's a ball, is nonsense and axiom defying. Just point that out. No, you require it to be flat. If you say it's bending, it can't be parallel with eye level. And you require it to be so.
yeah, there's a guy that keeps harping on about the mathematics, and I keep trying to tell him, dude, you don't have numbers to plug into your formulas without taking a measurement. And that's where it starts to break down and their eyes glaze over.
The funny thing is, Nathan, when you lay it out like you did, they say, all you got is axioms. That's all they have over there is axioms.
They don't even know the definition of an axiom. It's just how bad it is.
I mean, I don't care. If they say, well, you've got his axioms, it's like, no, you need these. You're the ones suggesting you've got proof of a ball, and then you immediately go to flat Earth prerequisites in order to suggest you're on a ball. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, it's sad because then you come back with that and they say, yeah, well, how big is the Earth? That's when you know you got them beat and you don't even waste your time no more.
Again, you don't have to.
How big is the Earth? Oh, you're agreeing with me that we're measuring Earth flat because you want to know how big it is, right?
Yeah, it'll need to be flat to measure how big it is because distances are measured horizontally. But me, I don't have to prove anything in terms of how my Earth is measured or how my Earth is using axioms. I'm not doing that. I don't need to. All of the measurements already exist. They've already measured Earth flat. They use it to create a ball. So do I need to justify how the map works? No, that was the trick. Give the flat earthers a map. Now point out that their map's a ball-based map and ignore all measurements. And then if you get to a tricky situation where you have to use a flat earth, explain how it means the opposite of what you're axiomatically utilising. Oh, well, level means curved. No, it doesn't. But I'm not measuring Earth, you are. You're using this axiom to suggest we're on a ball. You're propping up your ball belief that you've been trained with. Now, I don't need to do any of those things. When people say, well, how do you measure Earth? I don't care. It's measured flat by everyone else, though. You're going to be using it flat pretty soon when you try and tell me I'm wrong and that we're on a ball. You'll be using a flat Earth at some point, and I'll just stop you when you do and say, okay, so you need to measure Earth flat to imply that you're on a ball then. I didn't need to measure anything, did I? You did it for me. And they always will. I'm a YouTuber, I'm not a cartographer.
I had a guy tell me, yes, we use the equatorial plane, but then we just transfer the measurements to the surface.
Okay. So in their
Did you
world,
tell
they
them
use
that
a
the
flat...
equatorial plane is parallel to the surface, Neil? Sorry, Nathan.
Ah, yeah, you're saying what I would have said.
No, actually, I told him it's a globe.
No need.
Neil, what is the deal, man?
See, I know when they say they transfer it to the surface that they're talking about a globe. And I just chuckle.
Okay. So you transfer your flat Earth measurement onto your globe that you believe in. How lovely for you.
Yeah.
Just as long as you understand that you've measured Earth flat in order to believe you're on a ball, then we're all good, right? You can carry on believing you're on a ball after measuring Earth flat. That's fine by me. You're entitled to your belief. Go in peace and believe you're on a ball. I know we measure Earth flat, and so do you.
That's it. That's all.
The way the book breaks this all down is chapter and verse of each and every one of the globe Earth arguments interweaved with the flat Earth prerequisites that are needed to make those claims. So if it's gravity, you pointing out where Newtonian gravity is a downward vector parallel to a plane. It's not in, as is required on a ball surface, and the ball surface is derived from flat Earth measurements. So if you can take someone through the pre-existing notions and arguments of sphericity and point out how all roads lead to a flat Earth in all instances, then you, as a reader, are armed to take apart any globe evidence and point out how it requires a flat plane to utilise it. Then you don't need to measure Earth or adhere to any maps that are all flat, using horizontal distance measurements and flat scales.
I keep having this thing pop in my mind, like when your book comes out and you actually have like a hard copy of it, like some like weird hokey news agency in like Des Moines, Iowa, like picks it up and tries to rag on it for like an entertainment piece. Oh, look, a flat Earth book. Then they start reading from it, but then the audience listening is like, "Wait, what the fuck?" Sorry, what the heck? That'd be good.
Morning from Crossroads of America.
Dobre Oto.
Excellent. Nice to actually have some participation right at the beginning of the show, unlike yesterday. I would have genuinely ended the show at about the 10-minute mark if nobody had actually started interacting with me. So I'm glad you have.
Well, when people are hard of hearing, but they can hear the slight sound of the show, because we're in the world we're in, you got to shut it off.
I see. There was a commenter that suggested that when we were covering the guy with the ponytail, I'd intentionally skipped past some evidence that he'd got about airports or something. And then his comment is like, I think you intentionally did it. You deliberately skipped past this really high standard of proofsy that I've been presenting in this show, and you just skipped past it. Deliberately. Now, I wrote out a reply and then immediately deleted it and thinking, no, that'll get hit by the YouTube algorithmic bots on my own comments. So I rewrote the comment saying, are you a coward? Why not join the show? Present your flat earth proofsy, because that's what it'll be. He'll utilise evidence that requires a flat plane of reference in order to suggest that this airport distance or something measurements are exempling a globe. You're like, no, they won't be. I didn't say this in the comment, but it'll be, 30 seconds, a minute before a standard that's claimed to prove a globe will utilise a flat earth prerequisite. They always do.
Or ask them for the timestamp. Say, okay, what's the timestamp? We'll gladly go back and rip it to shreds.
No, I'm not. Far from it. I don't want to go back and look at some more dusty video that we've already covered. when we've covered things like that and somebody comes along to my comments and says, why didn't you cover X, Y, Z? Like, why didn't you cover in response to me how Earth gets measured flat by way of parallel surface level and eye level in Earth curve maths, if you want to appeal to your own standards, or parallel flight level with sea level if you're measuring black box information of flight data, or pitch information, nose up with respect to horizontal? Why haven't you responded to any of the evidence we've laid down when you're telling me that I've intentionally brushed past something in a video we're responding to based on my disapproval of numpty flat earthers that I'm highly critical of, and then spun past them, constantly interrupting the host? Right, well, that's not me wanting to brush past your little globe proof, see? It's me getting irritated with a particular individual interrupting the host, or vice versa, I might add. But yeah, feel free. We've got a live link that is published daily so that you can come in. And initially, if this guy did join the show, I'd be like, everyone shut up. Let's listen to his full rendition of his claim to be globe proof before we start asking him to define terms like elevation.
Normally, hey Nathan, hey Neil, hey everyone.
Hey, Brian.
Normally, what they do is, in their own minds, they're thinking that on a globe, plane is going to do X, Y, or Z thing. Now, and they'll have it all mathematically worked out that from this airport to this airport, the airplane does this, this, and this, and this. And what they'll be doing is completely removing what's going on in their mind from reality, from what the plane actually does. But it's somehow, I honestly don't know how they do this. I honestly don't. But all the years I've interacted with them, somehow they believe that what they're saying is adequate after they've removed reality completely, or completely mutated it. And they're trying to present that as if it proves something. And all it actually does is, all it actually is that they're presenting is some kind of a globe rhetoric-based thing that works on a globe. But that has nothing to do, but it has completely removed itself from reality. It's like, how can you present that? It comes back to them not understanding that everything they have to present is mainly either a complete hijack of flat Earth, or a complete circular reasoning situation where their claim is the proof for their claim. So the proof for their globe is their globe, but the globe is the thing that's supposed to be supporting. Do you know, that kind of way?
Yeah,
So
begging the question.
Yeah.
And Neil went through one in the pre-show. He was explaining that somebody was speaking to yesterday suggested that, yeah, we do use the equatorial plane for angle acquisition, but then we transpose it to the surface. You're like, well, no, if you actually understood how, as a glober, you're intended to utilise a tangent plane and then transfer that flat surface level measurement inside the ball to use at the equatorial plane, that would be the accurate way round. But in this case, he's acknowledging to Neil that, yeah, we of course use the equatorial flat plane for elevation angle utilisation. It's not measurement when you're inside the ball anymore. Right, what's on screen now is a elevation angle measurement of the sun. If you're going to use that in a globe manner, then you're going to have to transpose it inside the ball with respect to a system that's created based on a polar-centric measurement with latitude wrapped around the ball. But that's not going to give you the angle measurement off a curved surface. It just doesn't function. So you have to transpose it inside the ball, as opposed to start inside the ball measuring. No one's measuring angles from hell. That's how they functionally operate after you've measured them on the surface of a ball created with flat earth measurements on a tangent plane that doesn't exist, with GPs out in space. I mean, it's a cluster screw of nonsense. But at least we can talk to our audience in terms of how it would function if you want to believe you're on a ball based on flat earth measurements, like angles, latitude, and the equatorial plane in this instance.
that's a good example because that brings in both of the both of the things I mentioned. As they want to measure in their own minds an elevation above a tangent plane, that they're then going to move downward to sit on their equatorial plane. Now, that's two flat planes.
Yep.
Right? And from that, they will give you coordinates on the surface of a globe. But at no point was the surface of their globe referenced. You know what I mean? It's purely, of course, like, just to get it out of the way, you can't take an elevation off of a tangent plane, right? Because it's not you're not taking an elevation off of the surface of Earth, or you're not taking an elevation, right, off of an elevation that's parallel to mean sea level, right, or parallel to the surface. So you can't do that. But that's perfect because they have it in their minds because they don't look past what they're doing. So it's like that vacuum thing again. Something is happening in a vacuum in their mind. Then they're moving that to a second vacuum that's happening at the center of their globe. And then they're coming up with a point of coordinates on the surface of their globe. And those coordinates there's another problem. The coordinates will be latitude and longitude. That's two dimensions on the surface of what is, right, what is going to be a three-dimensional situation. But they present that to you. Now, there you go. You can't argue with that kind of thing. It's like, you haven't presented anything. You know what I mean? You've only presented flat planes and an inference of globe mathematics. And your starting point was to measure an elevation above something that would be technically off out in heliocentric outer space or up in the sky. You know, that's not parallel to anything, you know, other than your equatorial plane. That's the only thing that's parallel to you. So they're kind of turning their equatorial plane into, they're trying to turn mean sea level into an equatorial plane on a regular basis. You know, and it all comes, let's be honest, where did this all come from? It all comes from them mathematically curving the sky. The sky is not curved, but they mathematically curve the sky in the first instance to try and create a mathematical sphere that we're claiming to live on that no one measures, you know what I mean, the surface of.
Almost. As opposed to one, you just got one road wrong. So when they curve the sky, what Brian's describing is what's on screen now. So you've got your position being HO in this diagram, and then a flat ground and flat sky. And you're measuring your angle between that flat sky, either in the distance or at your zenith. Now, if it's in the distance, then it's at, let's say, 1 degree. But you're still measuring the sky parallel to the ground at 1 degree from your vantage point. Now, if the star is directly above your head, 90 degrees, aka a zenith, then that forms a curve between the 90 degree position of the star above your head and the 1 degree position of the star on the horizon. Well, that's a curve through a protractor of the angle measurement, but that measurement specifically requires a parallel sky and ground to measure. But because you've measured it with a degree, i.e. 1 degree at the horizon, 90 degrees at your zenith, you can describe those two positions as curving between them on the protractor that you're measuring them with. That is the, quote Brian, curving of the sky. Now, when you then transpose those positional data points from the sky to a converted ground position, i.e. you inside a globe projecting latitude points around a sphere surface that you're measuring to based on the latitude points measured in the parallel sky. You can then suggest that the curved sky is actually ground positions on a spherical surface. Hence the conversion from parallel, flat ground required for the angle measurement and flat sky measured through a protractor to curved ground with latitude points from the sky that Brian just described accurately as being curved. So other than him saying on the surface, at the point you're measuring, no, you'd be, as Neil's discussion in the pre-show was alluded to, the measurement, if you're going to suggest is directly translatable to the ground, would be from hell on the equatorial plane. Now, in reality, that makes no sense. You can't measure from the ground inside hell, so you have to already have in existence that system that I just described to then plonk a flat plane tangential to it, and then after you've measured a flat surface level with an angle to the stars, transpose it back inside the globe that you've created by bending the sky and calling it the ground with latitude points curving around your position from the equatorial plane. Complicated, but in reality, unnecessary for us as flat earthers. Now, it's nice to know this. All of this sort of information is covered extensively in the book that's going to be coming out shortly called Welcome to Flat Earth by Nathan Oakley. But that book will give you the long-winded version of how sphericity has been inferred by way of flat Earth, prerequisite, parallel sky and ground measurement. Once you understand that the measurement itself is from a flat plane, that's all you really need. Once you've brushed past the chapter and get to the bit where, well, we're measuring Earth flat then, that's the only bit that you need to take away. Because that's what we actually measure. And so will your opponent.
Well, the thing is that, right, the use of the word in, what they're actually doing, you see, is when they take a measurement between those 2 points in the sky, and they then pre-assume that that is a curve, right, that the sky is curved. As soon as they pre-assume the sky is curved, at that point, they are pre-assuming that they're not standing on the surface. They're standing at the equatorial plane at the center of a globe. But they're still standing on the surface of Earth. And this is the bizarre thing about it. The very measurements they make on the surface, they must move to their equatorial plane to give themselves points of coordinates on the surface of their globe, which is created by them moving to the center. Like the globe is only created because they mathematically move themselves to the center of it. So they have two mathematical domes around them. One is the sky, and the other is the globe, right? One hemisphere of the globe, or half of a globe, or whatever. But they haven't gone anywhere. They're still standing on the surface of Earth. You know what I mean? And their starting point is an elevation above a tangent plane, which is mathematically impossible. As in, it can't be used. So the starting point is an impossibility.
Yes.
You know, and what they did, and then after that, everything becomes a mathematical mutation. You know, but they can't see the starting point. Yeah, have you noticed that ever with them? They never seem to see the starting point. They only see the second part after they've measured an elevation off of a tangent plane, something you can't do. From then on, everything is hunky-dory. It's like, you can't do that to start with. You know what I mean? Oh.
Shout out to Himsake. He says, love the title, no subtitles needed. Really appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much indeed. Absolutely, Brian. They're going to start by measuring a flat plane that has nothing to do with their globe surface and allude to it being tangential to a globe that isn't being measured. And once they've done that, that would be measuring a flat Earth at surface level that has nothing to do with the globe. They'll transpose it inside the ball to make it actually function with the latitude measurements that were the sky and are now the globe wrapped around you. So you need two flat planes. And the globe surface isn't measured in the first instance and is now essentially a glorified protractor that will measure through to the celestial sphere wrapped around it, with you in the centre. Well, this is lots of flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements and transposition, what you called mutation, into sphericity. Well, no, we've never used the spherical surface at any point. And now we're in the equatorial hell on a plane. No, we're just measuring Earth flat in all respects without exception.
Yeah, because what they're doing is utilizing. I remember I used to describe it this way, and I think it was the better way for me to describe it. Is they're utilizing two protractors, a small one which becomes the surface of the globe, but that is created by the bigger one, which is the dome of the sky. So they're using the same flat plane to create two mathematical protractors. A big one, which is the sky, the small one, which is their globe surface. And all the time they're using two flat planes mathematically to do this. None of this is, it's. I just can't. A lot of flat earthers, they ask, how can these people believe in such crazy stuff when it's pointed out to them how crazy it is or how wrong it is, whatever. And I think that's kind of an ongoing thing that even after a decade in this, I'm still scratching my head. How can you go along with this? Like, once it's pointed out to you, the magic trick or whatever, they don't want to see, like, they don't want, like, it's pointed out to them how the rabbit ends up being in the hat. And they just don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? Like, they want to stay in the audience and believe there's an actual rabbit coming out of the hat. That wasn't in it before. You know what I mean? It's like you've just been shown exactly how it happens, and you want to believe that no, it is actually magic, and there is really a rabbit, coming out of magic, out of a hat. It's like, okay, well, that part for me, I think that will always confuse me. No matter how much I try and psychologically explain it to myself, I can't. It's like they just don't want to believe that the rabbit is not magically being just appearing out of nowhere in the hat. They don't want to hear about it, no matter how many times you show them how the trick happens.
Yeah, the game is currently for us. How long before our globe Earth claiming opponent utilises a prerequisite flat Earth measurement in their proofsy? The answer is usually within 60 seconds.
Yeah, because they have to refer to reality. No matter what they do, they must refer to reality. And they can't, they can only hijack reality. They can't forego it. So at some point, they're going to need elevations. They're going to need a horizontal distance. They're going to need the orientation of horizontal or vertical, which invokes the other. They're going to need, a right angle triangle. They're going to need something. You know what I mean? And when this happens, they want to whistle, as the QE always says, whistle and pass the graveyard. They want to pretend nothing happened. It's like, you've just done the magic trick yourself, and you're trying to pretend that didn't happen. It's like, you've just done the thing. You know what I mean? You've just done the thing that disproves your whole position. You have to. It's what's that fallacy we're talking about last night again? That one Bev often uses or refers to, fallacy of.
I can't remember it.
Can't remember it now either. But yeah, it's you. They're using something they happen to utilize the very thing that completely debunks the whole position that they're trying to debunk. You can't debunk the thing that you need to use to support your position. Or your position afterwards. It doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. Or to put it another way, as we use in our response, you'll need a flat Earth for that.
Yeah, that's it. And they will.
I've actually got a video that I want to cover. I just can't find it in my list of history. Hopefully we can talk amongst ourselves for a few minutes while I try and dig out this video that we're going to cover. It's about George Orwell and a TikToker that's been re-uploaded by a videographer that I typically watch because he covers subwoofers. But he's obviously, like most people, got a mild interest in political issues. And the videographer he's covering is pointing out how George Orwell is like a government-approved detractor. So in the same way as hundreds of years ago, you'd have people like Shakespeare expressing their disdain for government in a very subtle manner through performance pieces, art, theatre, and they would only become prevalent and watched, listened to, if they meet the standard that the government approves of. And in the case of George Orwell, the example that's being made is how his vision of things like Big Brother, or even in Brave New World, you've got the sort of Hitler-esque character in it, or not Hitler, it's Stalin, isn't it? Stalin-esque character in it, but you're not having it explicitly pointed out. It's all done in a very abstract manner, as opposed to directly referencing that which you can recognise as something that would depress you. So in the case of Big Brother, there's this abstract idea of a guy watching from you a big TV screen, while all around you you've got CCTV being ushered in under your nose without any objection. So it's always put into sort of an abstract way, and the general public will perceive someone like Orwell as a bit of a hero, when in reality he's very much government-based, government-funded and government-approved, and his narratives will come out at specific strategic times that are beneficial to the government that's controlling you, while the concepts that you're being or having explained to you are done in such an abstract manner that you never link it to the actual oppression that you're suffering. So just clever. And I'd never thought about it in that way, because you sort of take on board what things like 1984 point out to you, and then for an audience it's very good for us to draw those connections on behalf of the audience, but we're drawing those connections as opposed to Orwell making them explicit in the story. So then you've got to start asking yourself, well, why didn't he make it explicit in the story? Well, because then it's explicit and people might start rising up and threatening the system. That the entire point of having things like 1984 are to give a perception that the public can cry out against certain tyranny, when in reality they're just the same old controlled opposition narratives that you've always heard, dressed up in a subtle manner so that you don't really notice what it's alluding to. I just can't find the video.
It's actually cathartic. It's actually cathartic for the population. It helps them accept that which is presented to them, and they can look at it, in the case of Orwell, and say, well, it's not exactly like that now, so that must be in the future. We've got it pretty good. We don't really have a ministry of truth. It's putting things down the memory hole. And so it's beneficial for a government that doesn't want an uprising to keep people thinking in the future, comparing it to the now. In a way, that's actually, come to think of it, it's just like space. You know, we're thinking of the future. Hey, we're going to go to the moon. We're going to go to Mars. We're always thinking of the future. And that's not reachable yet. And so we don't mind the fact that it's never going to be reachable and never has been. Keep the people thinking that it's not so bad now. We're not even at Orwell's stage yet. 1984 is past, and we don't have memory holes like he talked about, but we do. It's a way to keep the people complacent and the majority in catharsis.
Right, I found it. Now, I can't actually credit the original videographer, because the videographer that's re-uploaded this is, as I say, a channel I'm subscribed to, because I like the fact that he talks about subwoofers. So Patrick, the videographer, I really like this guy. I actually said in one of the previous re-ups of this particular lady's video from TikTok by him that based on him republishing it, I can get a vague idea of his general demeanour towards state and government and things of that nature, right? I got a vague idea, and I'm like, I'd like to talk to you about these things, because typically he's just talking about subwoofers. And I'm like, oh no, this is right up my alley. Now, the previous video that he republished when I suggested that to him was about the fire of London and the Great Reset, right? And she goes through it, not him. But he's obviously come across this video and then gone, oh no, I really like this, and then I'll republish it. So unfortunately, I can't actually pass on the original videographer, but I will share Patrick's re-up from Robot Underground. Now, he's pretty foul-mouthed and lewd and crude like me in many respects, so he's not going to be for everyone, but it would be nice if you did actually pass him on some love and go and subscribe to him. If you're in the slightest bit interested in audio, he's exemplary in terms of his audio understanding, and he's self-taught, he knows what he's talking about, and sort of debunks a lot of myths that people will go along with that entice them to spend more money than they may necessarily need to. And I like the fact that he does that. He's pointing out that you don't need to spend a great deal of money on audio equipment. But obviously this isn't related to audio in this instance. This is something completely different. But I would like to find out, if somebody can, while this is playing out, find out who the original videographer is, so I can credit her as opposed to Patrick. And the channel that Patrick runs is Robot Underground. As I say, it's mostly subwoofers, so if that's not your thing, obviously I understand that's what he does for a living, and that's what he's going to be talking about most of the time, audio in general. Not just car audio, but that's predominantly what he does. So there we go. We will cover this, but because it's not his video, I don't want her to take the hump with me and, you know, potentially strike my video. So we will pause this frequently as we go through to make that's interesting comments, just so it doesn't necessarily get a strike. I don't know who she is. I don't know what her temperament's like. Having a flat earther cover your video might not be up her street. But it would be nice to credit her and send some love her way on TikTok if we can find out who the hell she is. But in the meantime, we're going to go through this. Go ahead.
I want to say, just before we get started on the video, the Ministry for Truth, that is in full effect at present time. Like that, what was said there earlier about it was exactly where I was going. Is that they create a now that you don't realize is when the thing is happening. You think it's coming in the future. It's happening right now. For instance, Israel is buying up legacy and social media platforms to be their own ministry for truth. Do you know what I mean? It's pure propaganda and PR, and it's just like that's what the Ministry for Truth is. No, this is the truth. This is the truth. Whatever anything. No, this is the truth. You know what I mean? And it's like that's what it is, and it's going to be pure PR, regardless of who does it. Doesn't matter if it's Israel or anyone else. Anyone who's doing that, they are part of, or they're their own Ministry for Truth. And that is exactly what's happening at present.
Right.
But people are of the opinion it's coming down the road. But it's here already, you know what I mean? We're in it, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, in this particular video, she points out that Brave New World was obviously written and then churned out as a movie at the expense of the government. They paid for it. Now you go, really? And then you think, when did I see Brave New World? Oh, yeah. It was right at the end of my primary school education. So I was privately educated in secondary education, but when I was in primary school education, it was just your average Church of England school. And one of the last things they did before we moved on to secondary education was play us Brave New World. So we sat through it in the assembly hall as a class. And I remember thinking, oh, this is quite cute, for about 3 minutes. And then afterwards you're like, why were we played that? Why? That makes no sense that we'd be played it. Well, it makes perfect sense. And hopefully this video will allude to that. Please interrupt, because as I say, I don't want to get copyright strikes. Okay, so Robot Underground's re-up of this particular lady whose name I don't know.
Problem. People notice when they're being crushed. You can rule by fear alone, but it usually breeds revolt. The British Empire figured out soft power. It allowed some critics to speak out loudly, even furiously, but only in ways that never threatened the foundation. This is called the licensed critic.
This is the main theme that she's going through about Orwell. Orwell is, in this regard, the licensed critic, in case you hadn't figured that out already.
Their role is to absorb public anger and turn it into novels and plays. Culture that feels organic and radical, but it never dismantles the machine.
So her most critical point is made right at the headline, and as it should be so, it's not been buried. Did you all pick up on that, or do I need to play it again? You all with us so far?
She's just talking about the Alex Joneses of our world today. Don't
convolute. No, don't do that. Don't dilute what she's doing. So she's specifically talking about Orwell, and I don't want it to be compared. Just so I want it to stay clean. I don't want it made in terms of comparative, authorised governors of the same nonsense waffle. I want it to be specific to what she highlights, if you don't mind.
I don't know what to do then.
Okay, fine. Whatever. Do whatever.
You've become the military for truth.
Yeah. She just gave the perfect elevator pitch in 30 seconds.
She did.
Set up premise for her thing. The elevator pitch is done, and you could stop it right there and ponder that for the rest of the afternoon.
Precisely. But now she expands on it. Thank you for summarising that so well. Yes, excellent elevator pitch. The first 30 seconds summarised her point, her position, the overall overarching point that's going to be made in the future of this video. Excellent job. I think she's great. I would love to know who she is.
The payoff for the state is twofold. Britain looks like the land of the free. They can say, look, even our harshest critics get celebrated. The second advantage is that people learn to recognise injustice only in soft, abstract, safe ways. You feel validated and heard that somebody is saying what you think, but they will never organise against the real levers of power.
Everybody will agree. I'm sure there's plenty of people here who feel like they can relate to Orwell, especially with 1984. And then absorb it like it's your own. Like your expression is his expression. This is great.
This tactic is centuries old. You can see it in the way Charles Dickens writes about poverty, but never capitalism. Or how Rupert Kipling criticised the empire's burden while glorifying its civilising mission. By the 20th century, the licensed critic was systemised. The core imperial structure of the British Empire was its wartime propaganda units, the Information Research Department, and the BBC. This is George Orwell. Real name, Eric Arthur Blair.
Does anybody know that?
That is a BBC microphone.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just saying I do remember hearing that George, his real name before, but I couldn't remember.
He was a licensed critic. He is sold to us as the man who spoke truth to power. Eric Blair was not born poor, and he did not discover power by accident. His father worked in the opium department of the Indian Civil Service in Bengal. His father managed Britain's narcotics monopoly and oversaw a genocide.
Anybody know that? About Orwell? Bet you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You did?
Because I'm from India. Yep.
Fair enough, Arthur.
He was born in Bihar, Motihari, Bihar in India, and he spent time in Mumbai during his childhood before shifting to the UK.
But did you know that his father was responsible for the narcotics trade that was currently going on during his time? Did you know that?
His father was an administrative officer in the British government. I was aware of that. And Mumbai is the place where narcotics department, including every other important department, is located. So he was there. That means his father is administrative job.
Oh, well, fair enough. Bravo you. I didn't know that.
It is the revenue that funded the opium wars that paid for his education. Richard Blair administered warehouses in Motihari, Bengal.
There you go. Spot on, Arthur.
Yep, that's what I said. Yeah.
His family lived on extraction revenue disguised as a civil servant salary. His first job was in the Imperial Police in Burma, where he spent 5 years learning information warfare. He studied surveillance systems, crowd control, and informant networks.
Sound familiar? It's what he's going to be writing about.
This is operational training in
Good way of putting it. Operational training. Exactly.
colonial occupation. When he leaves there in 1927, there's no resignation letter. There's no paper trail to verify the story of his moral objections. The crisis of conscience story is added much later. The next few years of his life are documented as drifting between Paris and London. He writes his book Down and Out, but fails to mention that his entire time adrift, he maintains his familial safety nets. At best, this was poverty tourism, but really it's credential building.
You ever heard that saying? I've never heard that. Poverty tourism. It's a new one on me.
Every down and out experience that he
Okay, that's a new one on me.
has later become...
Good.
There's another term I've heard in the US, it's like a ghetto tourism, where people try to familiarize themselves with the ghettos, but they always have a safety net, a house to go back to in the hills. That's not the ghetto, kind of thing.
I'm just reading the chat. It's hilarious. Christian, get a tidal chart and read it. They don't use sea level as a reference for tidal charts. What? This is what's going on in our chat while we're doing this.
Marketable, publishable material. And by 1941, he moves into the BBC. The BBC Eastern Service was the Ministry of Information's Cultural Warfare Division.
What, otherwise known as the Ministry of Truth?
It's programming that was aimed at colonised populations during the war. His job is to keep India loyal through cultural broadcasts. Each stage of his life embeds him deeper into the empire's machinery. From opium revenue to colonial policing to wartime propaganda.
So far, so good, right? I just want to get a general round robin of people's opinions so far in terms of what I'm presenting here. Am I on the money? Is everybody enjoying this? Are you all widening your eyes slightly to Orwell or not? Don't all go at once.
Well, I didn't read. I'll be honest with you, I'm enjoying it, but I didn't need it.
You didn't need this.
What I mean is that I didn't hold Orwell up as a hero, and it doesn't matter to me if he was paid opposition or if he came from a wealthy background. All that matters is that whatever he said, whether it had truth to it or not. And if you know what I mean. But I don't know how to explain it. I'm enjoying it, but I'm not.
Yeah, I liked it.
Very good at what
I
he
just
did.
realized that I perpetually get...
Go ahead, Vaxxon.
Sorry, bro. No, I'm just dumb. I perpetually get Orson Welles and George Orwell mixed up. I just realized that just now.
Orson Welles is Citizen Kane. George Orwell's 1984 and Brave New World.
Right. Yeah, so that's just me. But no, it's fun. I'm enjoying it.
This is not a rebel's journey. This is institutional grooming. By 1945, Animal Farm is published. He had written it between 1943 and 1944, but publishers held off because Russia was helping them fight Germany. The timing of the publication of Animal Farm aligns exactly with British strategic needs, just as Stalin was being switched from ally to enemy. The Information Research Department.
I'm, by the way, confusing Brave New World with Animal Farm. I meant Animal Farm.
Which is Britain's longest-running covert operation, immediately weaponizes Animal Farm. They secure translation rights in Chinese, French, Italian, Spanish, German, and the book comes out in August 1945, just after Hiroshima. And the CIA puts down £179,000 to turn the book into a movie.
Anybody knew that? Who knew that? Nobody.
Orwell never promoted his own books. The state apparatus did that for him because his messaging aligned perfectly with British and American strategic needs. Notice what both...
Has anybody ever heard it phrased in that way? Who would ever believe that it could be phrased that way? Talking about... Let's get it right this time. Is it Aldous Huxley that wrote Brave New World? Me mixing them up while you're saying that you're mixing up Orwell with...
I thought so.
Anyway.
I thought you had that mixed up.
In any event, who would have ever suggested that the release and publication of things like 1984 would align with government needs? Who would have ever phrased it that way? This was the most eye-opening bit for me, that's all.
Well, what it's actually doing is it's like a fairy tale for adults, but it's like a soft, as was originally stated earlier, it's like a soft landing. It's like, this is what's coming down, this is what's coming in your future, but you won't realize it when it's here, and you'll be expecting it, even though you're already in it. That's what it is.
Yeah. The soft acceptance of it.
Books do. Animal Farm turns Stalin into Napoleon the Pig, while 1984 gives us Big Brother as an abstract symbol. Both of these texts teach readers to recognize tyranny only in the abstract, making it impossible for you to identify these concepts in your lived experience. You expect tyranny to look like Napoleon the Pig or Big Brother to be as pervasive and advanced as it is in 1984 before you accept that we're already there, babe. That is the function of the licensed critic. It absorbs your dissent by providing safe targets. Think about what actually happens in these books. In 1984, Winston Smith learns the truth and then loses completely.
Yep. Yeah. 2 + 2 is 5 in the end, isn't it?
In Animal Farm, the animals overthrow Jones, but then end up worse than before. The message here is not resist. The message is awareness is noble. Resistance is futile.
One of the subliminal messages that used to be in the outro to American TV at whatever it would be, 2 in the morning or something, and they'd play the Star Spangled Banner, and embedded in it would be those words, resistance is futile. I shouldn't laugh. Oh dear.
These books
replace awareness with woke.
Or being woke.
Yeah, just replace the word awareness with woke.
To be woke is noble.
Yep. The same thing. We're all woke. Oh, we know what's going on. We know what's going on. But, and we're noble because we're woke. We're aware. Yet, woke people are part of the narrative.
Shout out to Unitox Femu, who says the important thing is what we do now in 1985. Thank you for the super chat.
condition readers to see oppression as universal human pattern, rather than specific institutional arrangements. Napoleon isn't Churchill. Big Brother isn't MI5. Room 101 isn't Whitehall. The text universalized tyranny. He made it timeless and abstract. He never mentions the actual power structures that he was quite familiar with.
Yeah, that's the main point, isn't it? The abstract nature of it, making it timeless, so that we can relate to 1984 without directly pointing to, as she just did, MI5.
They stay unnamed and untouched. Meanwhile, in 1949, he handed Celia Kirwan from the IRD a list of 86 writers he deemed as unsuitable propagandists. One of them he flags as Charlie Chaplin. This is active collaboration with the state's cultural filtering mechanism.
What do we have today? Oh, well, we have it blamed on an algorithm. Oh, it's not the suppression of information through human means. A little computer suppressed you. It was an algorithmic suppression. That's what we all chant here. It's nonsense, though, isn't it? We don't hit the approved list.
These books don't threaten British institutions. They target Soviet systems while teaching Western populations that surveillance equals protection.
Yeah, there it is.
And that it's a hopeless and futile endeavour to try and resist. Animal Farm in 1984 act as cultural inoculation. They're designed to teach you to look for an Orwellian aesthetic while keeping you totally blind to the operational surveillance already expanding around you. You can learn some vocabulary, Big Brother, doublethink, thought crime, but you never use those words on the local institutions. Today, audiences quote his work as a warning while accepting CCTV networks, data harvesting, emergency powers. You've become very good at spotting authoritarian systems over there in somebody else's regime.
Yep, we have. It's easy to point fingers and make examples with parallels to Orwell. It is. But you don't necessarily... Who's ever drawn the comparison as she did? Well, I've never done it.
But you've no words to name it domestically. You've been trained to see your oppression as an inevitable force, rather than a specific set of systems that can be...
Yeah. This is problematic for me. Now, this girl is Irish, right? But she annoys me, right? What annoys me about this is I do think exactly what you just said a minute ago, right? I don't care if it's the local council. They're doing something, right? And it is exactly a mirror of the nonsense that was talked about in 1984. I don't care if it doesn't appear to be as much, whereas on the smaller scale, of course I do. If she didn't, then that's on her. Now, there's another problem. This annoys me. This does annoy me. People are always wanting to rebel against the structures, right? The structures that hold us down and all that sort of stuff. And yes, they do use their power against us. But why do we accept their power? Because people don't want to have to make the decisions. People don't want to have to be in charge. People don't want to have to organize things like the internet or the supply of food across the world. Do you know what I mean? From farm to plate. They don't want to have to do all those things. They don't want to have all that. They want someone else to do it for them. And then those people who do it for them and give them the comforts and produce all the stuff and produce all the structure for the world they live in, they then want to complain that those people are then using their power, against them. What are you expecting? So you can't have one, right, and not expect the other unless you are willing to step into that position of power. And most of the time, people say, "Oh, you can't get there," blah blah. No, most of the time, people aren't willing to do it. They don't want to do it. They want someone else to organize their world for them. But you just don't want that person to be corrupt or to use that power against them. I'm sorry. You can't sit back lazily and want someone else to organize all this structure in the world for you and then say, "I hate the Rothschild family," right? Yeah, they may not be good people, but it's people like them who have shaped the world we live in and that would give us the comforts we have today. They're no heroes, but they and people like them who've taken control are the ones that are like, at the end of the day, they're the reason that we're here now on the internet. Maybe they're not even like that, right? But that's the truth, because they structure the world for us to be able to do that. Now, people can complain about these kind of people all they want, and a lot of the complaints are valid. But who's going to take over? You can't just expect, rebelling as some. So, okay, rebelling, you take out the structure. Now, who's going to be in charge? Who's going to do all the stuff? Who's going to make those decisions that no one wants to make? Sometimes psychopaths are needed to make decisions because the world is full of psychopaths.
I mean? Not really.
I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made in the world and have been made over time. And people with too much conscience, they're not always the right people to make them.
As is just been highlighted by Divergent Droid in the chat, please let Patrick know at Robot Underground, which is the name of the channel that's republished this Irish lady's video, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment. Now, I'd really like to chat with Patrick at some point. Hopefully we can get his attention, just because I like audio, and having a crossover with somebody who's also into audio and has a political bias in this regard is something I'd definitely enjoy chatting with him personally about. So let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots. I can just see myself saying it. Anyway, we'll just listen to the end of this video.
Be confronted. Orwell was never silenced. He was amplified precisely because his life and work made him useful. His critique never threatened financial networks, the intelligence apparatus, or extraction capitalism. In reality, his work provides moral cover to the state while conditioning populations to accept expanded control.
Perfect. Yeah, so once again, let Patrick know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment. There is a link to Robot Underground going by in the live stream chat as we speak. Obviously, Brian's been pretty vocal about it, but has anybody else got any comments that they wanted to make about that particular video before we continue with our usual scheduled programming?
I have more to say about it.
Yeah, you go ahead.
If you could just give me a J on that last statement you made, please.
Precisely because his life and work made him useful. His critique never threatened financial networks, the intelligence apparatus, or extraction capitalism. In reality, his work provides moral cover to the state while conditioning populations to accept expanded control.
Yeah, what I hear there is, from this lady, is we've got a problem now. We've got a problem now. This thing is a problem, right? You try and present to her the problem of the globe. And she'll tell you, that's not important. What's important is this thing. And that same person will tell you when that important thing she's talking about now, when that thing has been solved and there'll be some other important thing, and she won't want to hear about the globe and its influences over the psyche of the world and what that belief has done, that religious belief. She won't want to hear about any of that. She'll have another thing that's really important right now. As far as I'm concerned, she is the problem.
Oh, what?
As much as Orwell or anyone else. Yeah, her and people like her, because they're interested in the problem today instead of dealing with, like, there's a bigger overarching problem that the problem you're going to talk about in 2 years' time will be different than the problem you're talking about today, and the one in 5 years' time will be different from that. But the background problem is still there. The thing that people like her would say isn't important, or you know what I mean? Don't see the importance of it when that is the biggest problem. So she would annoy me, to be honest with you.
Okay, fair enough.
Point is, these people never cut the head off the snake. They want to talk about the problem there and then, or talk about the problem the problem that happened in the past but wasn't addressed. Why they're not addressing the problem today?
Human Being from the chat says, I heard God tried to rapture us, but the dome blocked his efforts. Sad times. Well, thank you for your comment, Human Being. Any other comments on Orwell or anything that we've just covered?
Yeah, I remember I remember Mark Sargent saying several times, he said it, but I remember him saying that George Orwell supposedly would go outside where he lived and ask people on the street, what is the world? And they'd say it's a globe or a sphere. And he'd ask them, how do you know that? Now, I don't know if that really happened, but if it did really happen, that's an interesting question to be asking people, especially back in the 50s or wherever it was. So it was an interesting question, or whatever year it was. He was doing. I thought it was whatever. Yeah. But the point is, it's an interesting question to be asking people, right? But if it wasn't for Mark's origin, if he actually said that, I never would have heard it. Yet that is the most important question he would have ever asked. I don't care about all the other MI5 CIA stuff. Don't care. That's all nothing to me, right? That's all people just being duped, right? What about this question, the real dupe? The thing that matters, the head of the snake. No, ignore that. Let's all ignore the head of the snake. Let's pretend that doesn't exist. I just can't stand it. That's starting to annoy me now. That's beautifully.
No, fair enough.
I mean,
yeah, I got it.
My whole life is dealing with people who don't deal with the head of the snake.
You're assuming that she would decry your efforts if you were to suggest that the bull, earth, lie, and religion was the head of the snake in this instance. And in terms of if she was in front of me now, how I would approach her, it wouldn't necessarily be head on with the globe being a religion. I'd enter into the discussion in a more soft manner with a QE-esque question about outer space, the sky vacuum, and gas pressure without containment. That was where I was actually heading with human beings coming about the dome. So when someone like this has a automatic in your mind, Brian, get out, because it's not the most important thing, I would suggest that if you were to angle your approach with respect to the outer space sky vacuum that isn't real, you might get a different reaction.
Yeah, yes and no. My issue with people like this girl is they're being intellectual, but for no good reason. They'd be better off just being a dumbass. Because what's the point of your intellectualism if it doesn't change anything?
Bit harsh, isn't it?
If you're intellectual, I don't care. Things don't. Let me put it this way: people want to talk. It's a good example. She's the type of person who wants to talk about AI, right, and the dangers of AI and all the rest of it. People want to talk about the AI and the dangers of AI, and they'll talk about, well, what started the AI? How come the AI does that? How come the AI makes this decision or that decision? And it's like, it comes back to the people who programmed the AI to begin with, right? And while all this is happening, they're all putting AI as much AI as possible onto their smartphone. Like, what are you even talking about if you're just going to just blanket accept it? Why even what good is your intellectualism? What's the purpose of it? Because what's the purpose of the use of your intellect?
It's Orwellian.
Just shut up.
In and of itself, isn't it? AI, artificial what now? Artificial intelligence. The thing lies, like consistently lies. So it's replacing what you could adhere to in your own way with primary source research and a bit of skepticism, and instead handing it off to a program that isn't intelligent in any way, shape or form, and will literally lie through its back teeth to you. But people are sold it like it's going to make them more efficient. I'm sure I mentioned this previously, but the Scientology court debacle exemplifies this perfectly. So you've got a case where Danny Masterson is convicted, and during the process of his conviction, the witnesses are harassed horrendously. So they then subsequently sue Scientology as ex-Scientologists, and their anti-SLAPP attempt to defy this case is rejected by the courts, so it's on. And they file their responses using AI. And the net result is AI literally makes up case law that doesn't exist and cites, precedents that don't exist. So then they have to very embarrassingly retract all of their arguments based on their use of artificial what now? Intelligence? No, it just made up case law that didn't exist. But in their mind, they've been made more efficient by this intelligence. No, it's almost cost you your case before it's even begun, hasn't it? But what, you want to perceive it as intelligence and streamlining and making you more efficient? No. No, that's the lie. People hand off their intelligence.
Yeah, sorry. I heard about it already, but I was reminded there last night about AI openly lying, right, and being deceptive and making up stories to hide the deception it had perpetrated. And then when it was caught doing it and shown to have done it, it pretended it wasn't doing it anymore while it thought it was being watched. Right? It's like, it's not AI. It's the people programming AI are all dodgy. Human beings are the dodgy one, not AI. The problem is not algorithm. The problem is the people who are programming the algorithm and in charge of the algorithm.
Absolutely
not
correct.
Algorithm.
And we were all taught this in information technology at school with the term garbage in and garbage out. So Craig, who's on the panel, has said this many a time. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. And what we call artificial intelligence is no different than we've ever had prior, which is programs created by men and all of their flaws. Garbage in, garbage out.
Well, the problem is the word intelligence.
Yep.
It's how people view that word and what it means. And they're being sold a version of what intelligence is, when that is classic Ministry of Truth, right? Right. This is intelligence. People are being sold, right? They have been sold, and I know this from dealing with people my whole life, that the smart thing to do is the dishonest thing to do. People, they've never stopped trying to swindle each other. They never stopped trying to do each other over in some way. And especially on the personal level. I got one over on that person kind of thing. Try to rob each other of money or something or other like that. There's always some underhanded stuff. And people have been given the impression that is the intelligent route, when it's not. That doesn't lead anywhere good. So how is that intelligent? It makes no logic. It's not logically, it doesn't make logical sense. But people have this, and that's why the world is so corrupt. People point at those in charge and talk about how corrupt they are. Then they are just as corrupt in their own lives. Just because they're not affecting 20 million people doesn't mean they're not just as corrupt. So they can put you in the position then. You'll do the same thing.
How is this relevant to measurements of Earth?
It isn't.
I don't know.
It isn't really. Just interesting. Earth's measured flat. Speaking of which, anybody from Discord want to argue the toss in that regard? Feel free. Now's your chance. We started off, John, by pointing out that the game for us now is timing how long our opponents take to utilise a flat Earth prerequisite and measurement when they come and debate how their belief in a spherical Earth is proven. I would suggest that within 60 seconds, each and every one of them will utilise something that requires a flat plane.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Remember, Nathan, I was speaking earlier about the world sometimes needs psychopaths. Sometimes people need them. They need that person who's willing to do the thing, to pull the trigger or do the thing. They need that person because they can't do it. Sometimes they'll need it to do something like that, to solve a problem. You need someone who's willing to do those things. They're the people that, they're like maybe the some of the military types or whatever, who end up, a lot of these people who end up doing this extreme military stuff, they end up doing such bad stuff that it eventually drives them mad. And a lot of them end up, God knows in what position. But at the time, they were needed by those that they represented to do what they did. Often the time. You can look at someone like the Taliban, right? Oh, they're all crazy, they're mad, whatever, right? But to deal with the forces they were dealing with and have dealt with, like the USSR, Russia, like America, all this, right? To deal with them, there was no nice way out of it either. It's you know what I mean? It's like, so people can point fingers at a group like the Taliban, and okay, they might have some beliefs in that don't align, and I agree that some of their practices may not be good, but like, how else are you going to deal with Russia and America? I mean, there's no nice way out of these things. But people forget that.
So we all know Brian is very much in support of psychopaths running the world by the sounds of things.
No, I could use something more close to home. I'm just not using the example more close to home. The point I'm making is, like, there's always, what about in your own British army? There's going to be times when there's people in your British military or your British military, right, who have to do things. I'm not talking about large scale things, but they have to kill someone or do something. The real world James Bond types that actually exist, who have to do something that isn't nice to do, and that will stay with them after they do. But someone has to do this thing. You have to kill that dictator or do whatever. And it's like everyone's like, will cheer it on if they knew about it. But in the end of the day, it's like most people won't do that thing. Most people won't pull that trigger. And, so my point is people are hypocritical. They want stuff done, but they don't want to have to do the thing that you have to do to get it done.
What if the circumstances that have been created are an illusion to begin with? So you've had a necessity in your mind created that has a trigger needing pulling, when in reality that circumstance has only come about because it's been preordained or orchestrated by the people that want you to believe there's a worthy endeavour when pulling a trigger. Brian?
Yeah, well, it doesn't exist then if that's the situation. I mean, I'm talking about a situation where it has to happen. I mean, like for instance, the soldiers they sent off to Iraq and that from America and all that. That wasn't a worthy endeavour. You know what I mean? You can't say that was a worthy endeavour when they made up lies about WMDs in Iraq and they went off and killed a lot of Iraqi people.
Precisely.
That wasn't a worthy endeavour.
Well, that's exactly my point. There's always going to be an illusion.
It can be used. It can, obviously, people can be like you, and it can be used against people, and people can be sent off to do stuff that is not necessary in any way, or right? There's no reason for it. That's straight out wrong. But there's other times when something needs to be done, and everyone's looking at everyone else to do it.
Go ahead, whoever that was. Someone trying to get a word in through Brian? Clearly not. Right, I've got a couple of choices. I can either stay live for another 10 minutes and see if any brave souls want to discuss how they believe Earth's a sphere, or we can round out and move into the after show. I'm going to go by that silence that nobody wants to actually debate the subject. So with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Good stuff.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Wasn't very flat earthy, but fine. Occasionally, that's okay.
I thought we were going to continue on with the conversation we had at the start.
We are.
What I find about stuff like that thing you shared about with Orwell and that girl and whatever, that kind of stuff just makes me angry, and I can never make clear statements because it's making me angry as I'm thinking about it. I can't get my point out there because it's making me angry. It's that type of person makes me angry. Maybe it's because I'm hearing things because of our accent that you maybe not hearing. Like, I kind of know who I'm dealing with. I don't know.
Yeah, I really didn't get that. I mean, I wasn't going to highlight it on the live show, but what exactly about some seemingly harmless Irish girl makes you angry with her? I don't really get it, Brian.
Because I have met her type many times, the intellectual type, where their intellect goes nowhere. You know what I mean? They talk about what did happen. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. And they talk about what is happening now, but not the most important thing. It's just like, what is even the point? Why don't you just go back to, put your face in the ground eating carrots? Like, what is even the point? For me, something has to have a point. You know what I mean? If you like kind of random intellectualism for no reason. To me, that's people who write books that really don't matter and that read books that really don't matter. I never read any of them books, and nor will I. I don't. Do you know what I mean? Like people start because often with books, people's opinions that you're making. Someone else is making your opinion for you with certain types of books. I have a lot of issues with the word and a lot of issues with the claimed intellectual world. Because a lot of it goes nowhere. It wasn't too long ago, Nathan, that people would have seen a lot of people in this arena, Einstein and everything he put out there was intellectual and meant something. It meant nothing. It's a nothing. He was a messer. He was a chancer. Whoa. What did it mean?
Here, boy. Here, boy. Here, boy. There, boy.
There you go. What did it mean? What did it mean? People consider that intellectual.
Come on, boy. Nathan.
Yes.
Here, boy. Yeah, I'm going to do it to you if you want to do it to me.
Please check Supreme Council right now.
Okay. I'm just making a thumbnail. I can't do it this second.
Let me know when you're done with the thumbnail.
Okay, will do. That's one way to completely kill the conversation. Well done, QE.
Yeah, I would have preferred we stuck on talking about flat out or the measurements and that kind of thing today. That would have been better than having a go at George Orwell.
Okay.
Glad I missed that.
You didn't miss anything.
Yeah, but you have a problem with today's intellectuals, Brian.
I have a problem with them in general because most of the time it doesn't. It's like, what's the point in you? Most times it doesn't lead to anything. There's no progress made in the world.
What about PhD Tony?
I give him a pass.
Stay tuned.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Stay tuned.
That's what I thought.
Hey, Nathan, if anything comes across your desk with PhD Tony, if any little thing, do not cover it.
Why not?
I will.
Oh, you're gunning for him at the moment, are you?
I'm not gunning for him. I just want to make sure that I don't get cock blocked.
Cock blocked? I wouldn't dare.
So, just if anything comes across your desk, relax. Maybe shoot me a message or something. And I'm not saying that you can never cover it. I want to keep it as mine.
No, that's fine.
Or ours. It's not mine. It's ours. But I want to cover it. It's more of a personal thing. It's my arguments. I can't give you. Somebody's using my arguments or against Tony and Skeezer we're going to see Skeezer, or we're not going to see him. We're going to hear him again. Thankfully, we're not going to see him again. We're going to hear Skeezer again too. But I feel it's my duty, since somebody's hijacked my arguments and using it against them. How about that? Is that a good reason?
Yeah, I've just read what you put in Supreme Council. Yeah, no worries.
We good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, you'll have to remind me because I'll probably forget, but yes, that's fine.
Oxford Union. Useless intellectualism. What is the point? The Oxford Union. What's the point of this? What's being changed by any of this? You know, ask any of them about Einstein. They'll go on about a heap of rubbish that means nothing, because everything that Einstein said meant basically not, maybe not everything he said, but not everything he said, but what they credited him for. A big heap of nothing. And they want to spend 2 hours having this intellectual debate about something that's not even intellectual. Right? What's that story?
And not a debate.
Exactly. You know, I don't get it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm coming late to the conversation.
I'm having a go at what people view as intellectualism, or what is intellectualism, which is just a complete waste of time and doesn't progress anything in the world in any way, shape, or form.
You got to get more specific than that.
People waxing philosophical, that kind of stuff, right?
That's copyrighted.
Yeah, well, you wanted me to give you something that you'd understand straight away. It's like you go to the Oxford Union and you ask anyone in there about Einstein, and they'll revere Einstein as this super intellectual, as opposed to someone who's just a bullshitter. Do you know what I mean? Like, they just can't call it what it is. You know what I mean? And it annoys me.
Well, most people don't have the power to discern bullshit at a higher level. You know what I'm saying? You can't blame them for that if they get overrun with, highfalutin horse shit. I mean, Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker is not going to be able to deal with it.
I can understand how Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker can not know the difference between bullshitter like Einstein and someone who's genuinely doing something intellectually to progress the world, let's just say, right? What would be a good example? Werner Heisenberg, right? He obviously, I don't know everything about Werner Heisenberg, but in my opinion, he didn't bullshit the world, right? Right? But,
no, he's not a bullshitter. No.
Yes, and that's the thing, and like it's the Witsits versus the nations. Do you understand what I mean?
We're gonna be dealing with that again.
I know that.
Just to let you know. You know that.
Dealing with what Witsit again?
Maybe on a minor level. I haven't listened to everything, but there's a few peccadillos for you, I think.
What's a peccadillo?
One of those things that stands out. It's like a burr. When you're walking through the woods and you get burrs on your clothes, and it's sort of like that.
What, prickly little spiky balls that stick to your legs? Those things?
Yeah.
There's a few spiky balls for me to address. Okay.
They're pseudo spiky balls, but
pseudo spiky balls. Okay, makes perfect sense. Okay.
People make excuses for the Witsits and the Einsteins of the world. Now, Einstein's obviously
I can't believe you just did that. Get out.
Now, Einstein's obviously a lot better at it than Witsit. But the point I'm making is they make excuses for them when they're shown to be wrong about something, whatever. they go, well, they were just trying to do this or that. You know what I mean? It's like, but there's no making excuses. They were bullshitting. They were caught bullshitting. That's it. Right? You don't need to make it, but no, people want to make excuses. Because they were drawn into this rubbish.
You forgot one. You forgot Einstein, Witzer, and Skeezer.
Skeezer.
Hey, look, I know that there are going to be some reviews, and if you guys happen to catch me talking about refraction a couple of months ago, I was experimenting.
This sounds like you getting ahead of something here. What's going on, Eli?
Yeah.
What's going on, Eli?
Pray tell. What'd you do?
What'd you do?
Like how I double triggered y'all? I'm experimenting. Now, remember, Brian, when I was talking about how even if you take Google and you add the most extreme refraction, it doesn't help them and yada yada yada. I was playing around with that, but I stepped away from it.
Aldo, that sounds absolutely fine. There's no need to apologise for that. There's more to this, or you wouldn't be preemptively apologising, Eli. Come on, spill the beans.
No, that's it. I'm confident.
Is that it? Well, you don't need to apologise for that.
What'd you do?
That was it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Look, if I'm doing something fucked up, I'm gonna go.
No swearing.
Yeah.
No swearing.
The difference between me and them, I'm gonna go. My bad.
What's going on over there in politics? You rubbing their feet, making them hot chocolate?
No. Keeping my standard.
I haven't been reviewing that. My attentions have gone elsewhere. My targeting system will slowly turn back that direction, but not for now. Gonna go with Slit.
We're reviewing something today. Well, what's it or whatever?
No, it's not going to be today. It'll start Ballbusters on Saturday.
I got accused of ignoring a globe proof in that Dr. Blitz's video. So as I was covering it, yeah, apparently there was something about airport distances, something like that. And the commenter was like, I think you deliberately fast-forwarded past those evidences because they were such a high standard that you couldn't overcome them. And I'm like, okay, I think you're a cuck and a coward because you haven't come on the live show and presented this to me. It's like, what are you doing?
I don't know. After the no hands thing, there's nothing you could do there.
It's not that that Blitz couldn't do anything. It's that if people come on the show, that is to say, we can proactively respond to this stuff if they suggest that it's a globe proof. My general position is, let's have a bet how quickly this claim to be globe proofsy will utilise a flat earth prerequisite in its suggested evidence. And I would suggest that it will take place within less than a minute. That is to say, within 60 seconds.
You're eyeballing.
Highballing. That's. I was going to say 30 seconds, but you just don't want to be. You don't want to be caught out at the 30 second mark.
Yeah, it'll be with airplanes. Anything with airplanes less than 15 seconds.
Yeah, it'll be elevation related immediately, won't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
If it's not elevation, it's going to be something. It's going to be something else. It's over in 15 seconds. Well, why don't we? Did you try to find it? Which video? Didn't you do another treatment? Was that Neil's video?
I don't know about. Yeah, it was the second part of 2 though. So you were covering part 1. I thought they were the same video. I mean, I don't know or care.
Why would you?
Well, yeah, exactly. But this guy, the commenter, was under the misapprehension that I'm somehow. I don't know if it's projection or what you'd call it, but when somebody's like, oh, well, you obviously knew that was a really high standard of globe proof or you wouldn't have ignored it. And you're like, I haven't ignored anything.
There's only so much you could take after, he's not certain about having hands. I mean, what else is there? What do you want me to do?
I completely agree.
I'm shocked that you even, as soon as you seen his face, I was shocked that you even hit play. But I did that. I'm guilty of it too. I did it yesterday because that glue sniffing numpty was over in the recommendations when I pulled Jason Lyle's video up, and I happened to look over, and there he was, and I said, "Oh God." I couldn't stop myself from hitting play. That was a mistake.
So the gripe was about distances from one airport to another?
Distances are linear.
Yeah. Exactly. I thought that's what Nathan said. But if he doesn't know he has hands, how can he be certain of those distances?
Exactly. Now, how can he be certain, period, about anything? Because he's a non-absolutist absolutist. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're going to have to find yourself taking that position and stance at some point if you're a globe believer, because you have to get out of jail at some stage.
I could absolutely 100% bet the farm that this claim globe proof is just a flat earth thing that they don't realize that they've hijacked.
Yeah, I'm going to wax philosophical on you now a little bit. Do you find yourself feeling sorry for them now?
Yes, I do.
I know there's some empathetic souls out there. I'm kind of caught because I know most people don't think so. I'm quite empathetic.
You hold it very well. An expert, you would say.
Now, when it's warranted, right?
Yeah, when it's warranted.
The fact that you're asking means that you are demonstrating that fact by asking that question. So by saying, do you occasionally feel like you feel sorry for them? You could only have a certain degree of empathy to be able to ask that question in the first instance. So as much as I'm laughing at you for it, no, I do appreciate that you must have some degree of empathy to be able to ask that question. And yeah, I do feel sorry for them.
Well, I'll give you
not for everyone. That was more generalized because and vague, them. I guess if you can get, like, collectively, I'm sort of empathetic. I'm sort of empathetic. I don't know about that. But individually, it's kind of hard. When I
talk about, I demonstrate my empathy for them when I talk about how they lose sleep, and that, I am privileged because I have people who will offer me mental support. That is to say, they're praising what we do here and value what we do here, and it's not going to relieve me of a lack of sleep that I'm experiencing, whereas our opponents could definitely use that kind of empathy but will never receive it. Do you know what I mean? So from that perspective, you're like, well, they're the ones who need help mentally because they're having to fight a losing battle and use our flat earth prerequisites to make their argument. Well, that's kind of sad and painful.
What I say is this, right? Now, not all of them, right, but the majority of them that I have personally dealt with, they want you to be losing sleep. They want you to be in that position, and they will show you no empathy when you're in that position.
That's fine. That's fine. They can do what they want.
But my point being is that empathy should be a dish that's served after thought. You know what I mean? When it's kind of like when someone has shown that they are deserving of the empathy. It's like, how do I give the empathy to somebody who I know and will basically say to me that they will have no empathy for me and they only want the worst for me? You know what I mean? The first,
That's the Dunning-Kruger talking, dude. You got to dig deeper than that. Not your Dunning-Kruger, their Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, I understand that. Like, I'll give an example, right? Recently, a guy came to my channel, right? For the he is, just some soccer account or whatever. And first thing he started doing was attacking my accent, right? And then attacking, he left several comments on different videos. So obviously I triggered the guy, right? So I commented back to him, right? And I addressed the fact that he was having a go at me on my accent, right? Now, he didn't address that himself, but his comments kind of gradually became more having some kind of a debate with me, as opposed to outright just having a go at me at the start. Because he had to have a go at me. He has this issue with me because I'm pointing out what he doesn't want me to be pointing out. That the things he doesn't want to hear.
Well, and you being Irish.
Well, yeah, but that me being Irish has nothing to do with it. The point being,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it does.
Okay. He told me that he was making it out that I was completely wrong about something. And I pointed out some stuff to him, and he came back to me saying, I figured this thing out, and you were wrong about such a thing, right? And I pointed out to him, but you didn't even know I was wrong. I pointed out to him that what he came back with me, he's wrong about. And I said, you didn't even know I was wrong when you were saying I was wrong. You know what I mean? It's like, so you didn't even know that if I was wrong or not. You were just saying I was wrong. It's like, now I take on board that this person obviously is not getting sleep at night because of this topic. This person feels the need to do these things, to first attack me personally, and then go out on a whim and say I'm wrong about something that he didn't even know and still doesn't know the full details of. It's like, I can have a certain amount of empathy, even though he attacked me. Let's just say, you could say, oh, well, I won't go into why he actually said that, but somewhat racially, right? I'm not a thick skin, that kind of stuff washes off me. Because I know when I get that kind of thing happening, that obviously I'm having an effect on this person. And it's the things I'm saying, not me personally. So I can have that amount of empathy. But at the same time, would this person bury me first chance they get? Yes, very likely. So I have to be very stringent with that amount of empathy, with the amount of empathy, because you can end up, trying to be a nice guy. And that, where that leads to.
So you're saying the fact that they are losing sleep over this is irrelevant to you because they'd bury you at the first opportunity, therefore you're not going to express that empathy towards them?
Well, it's very difficult when there's so many of them that would absolutely bury me and to be quite happy to do it. And when they were in you know what I mean? Sometimes when some of them were in a position where they had an advantage, they were right about something, whatever, or they thought they were right, often the case, they were a-holes about it. They weren't just right and just okay. They were just a-holes about it when they thought they were right about something at times. And it's like, it's this personality problem they have, an attitude issue. It's like, how do I have empathy for someone that would have zero for me? It's like, I can't do it. You know what I mean? I think empathy has to be met both ways.
No, it doesn't have to be. But point of order, Your Honor, before I forget, were you aware, Brian, that my world champion Pittsburgh Steelers played a football game against the Minnesota Vikings in Dublin on Sunday? Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that. It was the first NFL game in Ireland.
Yeah, Neil told me. He said it was supposed to be great. He said the crowd were really into it or whatever. He said it was
I got a bone to pick with you and your kin.
Yes, off you go.
Yeah, because one of the team members on my world champion Pittsburgh Steelers got mugged and had minor injuries after they robbed him.
Yeah.
Wait, that That's true. I thought that was like an AI thing that was not verified. He did get robbed?
No. Yeah.
Oh shit.
But people get mugged outside of America. You know, just letting you know, it happens.
What is Yu's major malfunction?
Right, are you stereotyping Brian with every mugger?
You know what can happen, Huey? And I'll be honest with you. When I go to America, I'm aware of the dangers. I'm aware of the amount of people that have guns, and I'm aware of the cities of gangs and all this kind of stuff. Right? I'm aware of those kind of things. But I think sometimes Americans don't realize that a lot of those same dangers exist in somewhere like London. So, you know what I mean? So they can end up putting themselves in a bad position in somewhere like London or Dublin or Paris, and because they're not realizing the amount of danger that exists there.
Correct. Joe Rogan did exactly that. Joe Rogan goes to inner city London, into what would be the equivalent of the ghetto, and then was all shocked and shaken when he had his watch robbed. And you're like, yeah, you've gone to a council estate, and then you're wondering why somebody sees you in your really nice 30 grand watch and wants it off you. You're in a council estate where everyone's really poor, and you turn up with your really nice watch. What are you expecting? Are you dumb? That was my attitude towards Joe Rogan. You're just stupid if that's what you're going to do. Don't go to the equivalent of the ghetto and then act shocked when you get your watch taken off you. That's just stupid.
Do you think the ghettos in London are less obvious than like a bad neighborhood in Atlanta or Michigan or something? Because I feel like...
No, they're not. Very obvious.
About the same. Just no different.
Are they?
Well, other than you guys who got guns.
Graffiti and like homeless people with no clothes on. People peeing on the building and stuff.
Yeah, when I was in Atlanta, there was parts of Atlanta that reminded me of parts of London in terms of the type of person that's just hanging around on the street talking to you because they want money off you. And you're like, yeah, this is just like any other big city.
Yeah.
What did you call it?
Yeah, I got mugged in Atlanta myself.
Now, hold on a second. You said a phrase. You said councilor state?
Council.
What does that mean?
Council is like your local government here in England. That's the council. And a council estate is like a high-rise building potentially that's owned by the government and provides free housing. Well, not free, but very cheap housing. What you call projects?
Call them projects.
Is that what you call them, projects?
The project.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't know that. But yes, okay, it's the equivalent of the projects.
Okay.
So would you go in your Rolex to the projects?
No.
Right. That's what Joe Rogan did.
No. I'm going to start calling them councilor states. That's way classier.
Sounds nicer, doesn't it?
Nah, projects, it sounds better because he's in a lot of movies. So it sounds better. Council estate is just like, right. Yeah, but I do think that's a bit of a thing. It's happened to a lot of Americans in Paris. They've gone to Paris, not realizing that Paris has got a lot of crime, and not realizing a lot of them have ended up in bad positions in Paris. Not so much in Dublin. Dublin not as like bad as Paris, but a lot of them don't realize the danger that exists in somewhere like Paris. Like, I can understand it though. See, this is the problem. You're coming from Chicago, right? You grew up in Chicago your whole life. And you go, well, I'm from Chicago, it's not going to be a problem to me, Paris. Not realizing is that, yeah, you might come from Chicago, but you didn't grow up in South Chicago. You know what I mean? It's like, that doesn't mean that you, and even if you did, that doesn't mean when you're in a different place, that doesn't mean you can't be targeted. You're not from there in the story, So I think people have a false sense of security. Sorry?
So they're not from the south side of Chicago where bad Leroy Brown was.
Yeah, bad Leroy Brown, exactly. The baddest man in the whole downtown. He's badder than old King Kong, you know what I mean?
Meaner than a junkyard dog.
Exactly, yeah. Don't get me wrong, there's certain people, fair enough, you can kind of put them anywhere, right? There's certain people, you probably, depends on what way they grow up, you can probably put them anywhere. But a lot of people forget that. Like, a better example than Chicago is Los Angeles. Like, if you go for your whole life in Los Angeles, the chances are you've never had to really deal with anything really bad if you come from certain good parents. You just haven't.
Except traffic.
In a way, it's like American exceptionalism. Like, our ghettos are way worse, so when we go to a different country, we're not going to think it's that bad, but you're still subject to the same type of people.
But see,
also,
if you've
like,
never dealt with that type of situation, sorry, Bas.
Well, I think another thing, I've never been to it like outside the United States, so I wouldn't know, but I feel like if I went to like Dublin or London, in the very back of my mind, all I'm going to be thinking about is at least there's not going to be any drive-bys and no one's going to try to like pull a gun on me. And then by thinking that way, it kind of lowers everything else, and then I'll forget knives exist.
Well, that's not true either. Criminals are criminals. Criminals have guns. Like, the criminals in the United States, like, they don't have guns legally. They don't have like gun licenses. Like, they don't have that. The guy at the range has the gun license. You know what I mean? The gang members, they don't have any licenses for their guns. Like, they're all illegal. So illegal is illegal. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's some parts of London, maybe in that, like that wouldn't be a whole lot different in some ways than America. Like, there'd be a lot of guns available and stuff like that. Like illegal firearms, but it's the legal firearms. You know what I mean? It's like, I think the difference in America with America is that the guy across the road who's never done anything and was never involved in crime or anything, he has a gun, and if you annoy him or get onto his property, he could kill you. Whereas that isn't going to happen here. The average person doesn't have a gun. Whereas the average person in America can have a gun in most states, like, you know, kind of way. And that's kind of the difference. But criminals are criminals. There is no difference. You can get a gun pulled on you, even in Dublin. But that doesn't, it won't be one that someone will have a license for. Same way as anywhere else.
Won't have a license, and the serial number. The serial number would be filed off.
Yeah, it'll be one of those ones.
Plus, if I knew I was gonna have to spend the day in like South Chicago, I would most certainly be armed.
Yeah, but you know what it is? You know what it is about bad places? I say bad neighbors. Right now, okay, in America, obviously there's a racial aspect. I'm not going to say there isn't, and that it does exist other places up to a point too. Because you have cultures and different things. But there's a. If you know how to deal, how will I explain? When I was in South LA, I got on with everyone I met because I had dealt with just people who have just blue collar everyday people. If you're not used to the blue collar lifestyle and you have dealt with your whole life with the blue collar situation, then you're not going to be able to deal with the blue collar situation anyway. If you've dealt with that type of life where where people are just getting by from paycheck to paycheck, if you even have a paycheck, that kind of thing, is like, you understand that. If you have that kind of understanding, you can talk to people like you would talk to them anyway. Do you know what I mean? And most of the time you'll be okay. Obviously, if you're not from there, you're a target, but most of the time you'll be okay. Whereas I would say I would have fared better than a lot of people from other parts of Los Angeles, in South Los Angeles, because I understood that lifestyle. I come from that, just from a different part of the world. Whereas there's other people in Los Angeles, and I know, because I saw them, they were driving past people fast in SUVs with darkened windows. Because they didn't want, it's like, I don't want to deal with reality. Do you know what I mean? These middle-class white women, and they're flying.
Darkened windows just look cool. I think that's just because they look cool. I don't think it's because they're not trying to deal with reality.
It's just there's a lot of people. My point is that LA, I'm going to use LA again. It's so big as a city. You can spend your whole life in LA and not really ever have to deal with the bad side of LA too much. Do you know what I mean? So you never really understand it. You'll never really understand that. You won't understand South Los Angeles if you've never really had to deal with it. is my point. So it doesn't matter if you grew up there and lived there your whole life. You go to Paris, and you're as much a target as anyone, because you don't have any awareness. You don't have awareness around you. I don't know how to explain. I don't know what way the right way to explain it is.
Well, you're either streetwise or you're not. If you've grown up in a big city, then your chances are that you're more streetwise than someone who hasn't.
Well, if you grow up in the more poor areas, if you grow up, look, it's like this: if you grow up poor, right, or you grow up working class poor, right, of anywhere in the world, anywhere else you go, you will have an understanding for those people there who are in the same boat as you, from wherever you're from. Do you know what I mean? There's a certain understanding there. Do you know what I mean? There's certain things you don't expect out of people. Do you know what I mean? Or you would expect. Whereas if you've never dealt with that your whole life, then it's completely alien.
Man, I'm gonna have to look up what European ghettos look like.
The ones in Ireland used to look really good years ago. As in good as in bad. Not so much anymore. They cleaned them all up now. But they used to look really, really bad years ago. You know, a lot of burned out cars and all that kind of thing. You know, like you'd expect kind of thing. But it's all cleaned up now.
Because there's a certain neighborhood I have to cut through to pick my daughter up from school. And where I live in a very nice, relatively low crime area. Nobody bothers anybody. But there's one little neighborhood I got to drive through. It's like a third world country. Like people literally don't have doors on their houses. Like there's one house that does not have a front door on it. It just got a sign that says, "I live here. Don't pee in my living room." Like in his freaking yard. Like it's ridiculous. So I don't know. America's weird, man. Like you got such highs and such lows. Like some of the stuff you see here is just absolutely insane. Like people setting themselves on fire because they're on bath salts and crazy.
Yeah, America is crazy. Like don't get me wrong, right? I'm not trying to compare apples to oranges. America is crazy, and there's some crazy people, and the stuff that goes on in some of the cities over in America is, and even some of the rural areas is crazy. Like, and I'm not trying to compare it, but all I'm saying is that, like, if you come from America, there's no guarantee that you're not going to run into trouble in Paris. Do you know what I mean? Because, you know, criminals are criminals, no matter what. You know?
Yeah, because like when an American goes to Paris and gets mugged, it's like the most shocking thing in the world, but they completely let their guard down. So that's their own fault. I mean, just because you don't have naked homeless people in a shopping cart smoking crack, it doesn't mean that it's not a bad area. You know?
Oh, you might have that as well. You might have that as well. I mean, crack addicts are crack addicts in Paris, like they are anywhere. There's a lot of parts of Britain I would consider to be reasonably dangerous, to be honest with you. A lot of Britain has a lot of crime. A lot of cities that are kind of smaller cities, but they have a lot of crime and that kind of thing. And you know, I would consider Britain, you know, pretty rough in a lot of ways, to be honest. So an American could end up in some obscure part of Britain, not knowing what to make out of the place. You know what I mean? And they're a target.
Yeah, I feel the same about Ireland. I just see Ireland as a shithole.
There was a stigma at one time, obviously, with Ireland.
It's not true. Ireland's really beautiful, actually.
It's yeah, but it is. Even Tinfoil Hatman, when he was here, he was surprised at how well everything was taken care of here. You know, like he was surprised at how clean it was and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Britain, by comparison, is dirty. Same with most of Europe, actually. There's places that you go in Europe that aren't, like Switzerland, which is just pristine. But they're also incredibly racist. So, you know, what God gives you in one hand, he takes with the other.
Is it true that they make Irish Spring in Ireland, the soap?
No, that's made in Brooklyn.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's an American brand of soap you use in the shower.
What's that got to do with flat Earth measurements?
It's quite objectionable too. I smelled it one time. I said, "My God, that's not going on my body."
We only use imperial leather here. It's the rules. It's our only comfort in life, in fact.
I would say most people would like Ireland, no matter where they come from. And why I would say that is we don't have, okay, some places there is some crime, but generally we don't have the crime like they would have in America or like that, right? So that's a bonus. We don't have all that. We do have crime, but not to that. No. Actually, it was worse years ago, I'll be honest with you. But the thing about Ireland is that, with the exception of the weather, generally, even though people do somewhat complain about immigration and that, people kind of get on with it, and they just kind of accept people for who they are and where they come from eventually.
Yeah, Irish hospitality. Irish hospitality, right?
Yeah, even though that has kind of been strained now with all the immigration, I say. But generally, what I found is that people who've there was one guy I was talking to. Oh, I can't remember where he's from, but he lived in Oakland, California, and he lived in LA and some other places, and different parts of the world. And he said to me, his pharmaceuticals there in Ireland was the greatest country in the world, and he listed off reasons for it. And there was a lot of, I think it's kind of like I don't know what it is. There's an attitude issue maybe that heads it. And I just think, you know what it is? I don't know if you can be as down and out in Ireland and no one care about you whatsoever as much as in other countries. Like, if you're down and out in America, nobody cares. You do not want to be in that position. There is no hands up. There is no one there. Like, you're not getting help. Do you know what I mean? Like in somewhere, like whereas that in Ireland, we have a lot of homeless people, all right, not to the same degree as America, and it's kind of a growing problem. But there's a bit more help there for people who are homeless and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I just think there's a certain kindness there that isn't prevalent in other places. As I say, like if you're homeless in Chicago or something, I mean, how are you getting out of that? They make it nearly impossible. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. As far as New York is concerned, like the homeless population is high AF, right? However, you take people that I know in my experience, and it's usually someone who ran into a bad situation. You go to the shelter, you do what they ask you to do, you get a voucher for an apartment in like less than 2 months.
Well, I'm wrong then.
But this doesn't mean you're going to move into an apartment for 2 months. There's obviously a little bit of a process, but again, it's that people don't follow this process. That's what it is.
So what I would say about it is, you have that 2 months to survive, right? Before you even get to that point. Now, I don't care where you're from.
There are places to eat for free, and you got a bed. Survive. Yeah, sure. You can't have You know, you can't be in the PS5 world where you can go to 7-Eleven and get what you want, probably, or, you know, drive the car you want, probably, or
What does
all
that
of
mean?
that stuff. You probably are at a
What's a
moment where you have
PS5
to
world?
start over.
I don't know what that means. What's PS5 world mean? What do you mean?
Well, it's like if you're in that position, if survival means that other than eating and sleeping in a warm bed, that you get to have all of these other amenities that people have, like getting to go to Dunkin' Donuts, if you call that survival. Like, I mean, yeah, it sucks that you can't do all that other stuff, but are we really calling being able to eat for free and sleep in a warm bed for free? Sure. I mean, I sometimes the conditions are bad and all, but I'm saying, like, it, it, it's not. It's only hard when you're like, oh, I'm a princess and I have to go through all that. Yeah, it's a very humbling situation, sure, but there's a pathway through.
Well, I'm wrong then. I didn't realize that there was that, well, at least in New York, that there was that kind of help available. I thought, like, once you're around and out, that's it. Nobody cares about you. Nobody wants to talk to you. You know, maybe I'm wrong, obviously. I just thought
In the
being
United
down,
States, if you're
maybe just my misunderstanding of the situation.
I mean, the biggest issue with the
Yeah.
homeless people in the United States are people that can't actually take care of themselves, like people who are highly schizophrenic, a lot of autistic people, stuff like that. You know, but then like any homeless person I've ever encountered or have known, because there used to be a lot where I used to live, and you just happen to get to know them, especially when they're outside your work every day, and you see them for years. People that are like fully functioning, they may have an addiction problem. Like, you know, they might be alcoholics or drug addicts, but if they didn't have that addiction, they could hold down a job and read a book and shit. Those people are homeless because they choose to. I've never met someone that was like had a fully functioning mind with that didn't have like some kind of a physical disability that's just the life they like. It just is what it is. I hate to say that. It sounds mean, but most homeless people choose to be homeless.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, well, I
Fortunately,
guess,
for example,
Hold on, I want to hear Eli's response to that. Go ahead, Eli.
yeah, that's true. Because again, another example in the other direction, unfortunately, if you think about 125th Street in Harlem, or if you think about 42nd
No idea
Street,
what that means.
Times Square, 42nd Street. Does that ring a bell?
No, I'm not from New York. I don't know. Times Square.
Yes, Times Square. It only looks good on
Square, I know.
TV. They never show you the other side of it.
Oh, just Eli.
They never turn around.
Just Eli.
Show you the other
Just
side of
Eli.
Times Square. Probably.
Times Square I've heard of. Go ahead.
Those homeless people are addicts.
Okay.
Those people specifically. They're not people that what Vax was just saying, that you can apply it to those people versus someone who lost their home. They might have a family, so it's a really effed up situation. They get into a shelter and then it's a process, but they go through it and then they get an apartment. That's why, matter of fact, and not to get into this kind of, well, I guess I am, but there are a lot of females that have apartments versus men who don't. Men, you know, can stay with their friends and hop it on the couch and this, that, and the third. Women tend to go through that process of going through the shelter and then getting that help. And they get apartments early on, and then they have that structure of maintaining a job. And that's kind of why that's the situation as far as dating is concerned and women's concerns about guys sometimes, because ultimately it's the process that people don't go through to get them to the other side. Like Vax said, it could be an addiction of, you know, whatever sort, you name it. And that addiction or whatever they're doing could be hindering or at best deterring them from sticking with something that would help them out of that situation.
Like the homeless nymphomaniacs.
I guess.
Yeah, some probably. Especially if you give them heroin.
Not even if you're supposed to be at work, but you're seeing a prostitute. I'm sure you could find ways to fall back on paying bills and
Forgive me
see
for
how it might work.
Forgive me for interrupting this intellectual conversation, but I'm going to take my leave of you.
Why? Got something better to do?
Yeah, what are you going to?
What?
You got something better to do?
Yeah.
It's outrageous. Get lost. Get out. Why'd you even come in the first place?
Later.
See you later, then.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out, scum.
Right. All right.
Have a great day. See you later.
Yeah. Well, we'll see you later.
Oh, if I don't see you first.
Uh-huh. All right. Yep.
For anybody who asked, 10th Man is good. So a few people were like, oh, you mentioned 10th Man, is he all right? Now, by coincidence, I hadn't actually spoken to him for a couple of months, so I sent him a quick message and said, how are you? Are you okay? The family good? He got back in touch and said, yes, family's good. I'm good. Everything's good. Just in case you were wondering.
That's good. That's awesome.
I've postponed the 10 Man for a good while myself. No particular reason, just the way things go.
He's just busy. He's with family at the moment, so. Who have we got left in G+?
I'm still
Me and Eli, anyway.
Okay. Maybe I should be rounding out.
Yeah, one last thing, Nathan.
Go ahead. Fisherman in a box. Fisherman in a box.
One of the most intriguing parts of the live show today was that terminology, poverty tourist. I mean, you stopped it and said, that's interesting. I'd never heard poverty tourist before. And then in the after show, it's just poverty tourism. That's all it is. It's poverty tourism. People visiting places that they don't really feel comfortable in. I just find that wildly intriguing.
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Like Joe Rogan going to inner city London and going, oh, look how rough it is. Oh, no, I've lost my watch.
The little Irish girl who did her little backstory on Orwell and 1984 and Animal Farm and all the other stories that are being told to the masses that they for some odd reason want to believe, living in their imaginations. Her uses, and I'm going to have to go back and go over that section where she referenced poverty tourist. I thought that was just great. But now, yeah, it's the same thing. And not to disagree with Brian, but America's problem is not that they're not generous. America's problem is they're too generous. That's why everyone wants to come here. They're too generous. The handouts are everywhere. The state fund programs are everywhere. The problem comes, and I speak from experience and not anecdotal, but a statewide fraud problem with all these health services, food for the future, autism centers. Currently, we're under close to $1 billion worth of fraud. Money's intended for people who are down and out on their luck, being usurped by the powers and principalities, the dark spirits in higher places. It's amazing. It just really is amazing.
There's a fashion house called, I think I'm pronouncing this right, my wife just walked in, I'm sure she'll correct me. I think it's Balenciaga or Balenciaga, something like that. And they are...
Yes,
Balenciago. And they're capitalizing on this concept. So if you look at some of their fashion lines, they're like homeless clothes. And I'm being as literal as I possibly can. Like clothes that look like they've been worn out buy homeless people, and then they badge them Balenciaga or however you pronounce it, and then sell them to rich people for £30,000 for a pair of jeans that look like they're about to fall off you, a pair of trainers that look like they've been walked in for 1,000 miles, things like that.
Yeah, like buying pre-stained work boots.
This is one step beyond pre-stained. It's not even. It's like 10 steps above ripped jeans. Back in the days in the 80s, where you'd buy jeans that already had an opening in the knees, and that was cool. Now it's way beyond that. Just look it up. Look at homeless fashion from Balenciaga.
I know of people throughout my life that I've met that had money. I'm not saying they were really filthy rich, but they had money. But they didn't dress like they had. They were wearing the same old jumper all the time. So this kind of thing. And does that can happen when someone doesn't feel the need to spend loads of money on their clothes or make themselves look like they have loads of money. I understand that there's a protection in that too, whatever. But some people can take it too far. And they never have shoes without holes in them. You know, this kind of thing. Their jumper, the elbows of their jumpers or whatever, there's always a hole in it. You know, it's like, I understand that you don't want to spend loads of money on pointless clothing. You don't want to, and that's fine. But don't be going around with holes in your shoes when you obviously have the money to buy new shoes. You know, for me, that made no sense. You're trying to be more than what you're trying to be the opposite from what you are at that point. It's like, you don't have to dress in Armani suits, but don't go around with holes in your shoes when you have the money to buy 1,000 pairs of shoes. You know, leave that to the person who can't afford a pair of shoes.
Yeah,
unfortunately, that is an element.
Will Farrell is accused of that. So he doesn't spend any money and sort of walks around in really old tatty clothes in spite of being a millionaire and a movie star, and there's no need for him to be that way whatsoever. Just some people are tight. Even when they've got money, they're just tight. They don't like spending it.
Well, they start having a philosophical view of it, where it's just clothes, it doesn't matter, kind of thing. But they end up, Keanu Reeves supposedly dresses down a lot as well. And it's like, too much of that. And it's just like, right, you're trying to pretend as you're something you're not at that stage. You know, because having holes in your shoes, the problem with that is that if you have a homeless person who has holes in their shoes, they want a new pair of shoes. They don't want to have shoes with holes in them, right? Because there's nothing good about having a hole in your shoe. But sometimes people with money, like the Keanu Reeves or the Will Ferrells of the world, they think there's something good about having a hole in your shoe. There isn't. When you had shoes with holes in them, and the reason you have shoes with holes in them, because you can't afford another pair of shoes, right? It still becomes a bore. You want to have a pair of shoes that doesn't have a hole in them. That's why often, you know, like people without money will try and spend money as if they have it. People with money won't spend it. They want to make it look like they don't have it. Just be what you are.
Why are you spending money on natural phenomena?
No.
And I just looked at those Balenciaga, can't pronounce it, whatever, the homeless fashion
Balenciaga.
Yeah, Balenciaga, yeah. They really captured the essence of being homeless. It was beautiful.
Yeah, isn't it bonkers? But look at the price tag on stuff. Like a couple of grand for a pair of ripped jeans. You're like, is this a joke? No, they're genuinely selling that. Or the plastic bin liner bag with Balenciaga written on it for $5 grand. And you're like, really? Yep, really.
They got into trouble a couple of years ago, that brand, because they were making stuff for children's clothes that were obviously provocative for somebody who would be of that type of disposition. I'm not going to say it. You know what I mean? They were trying to they were trying to make the kids look like drag queens or something like that. This kind of thing, or strippers, or I can't remember the full details, but I remember there was a big outcry about it about 2 or 3 years ago. That particular brand, they weren't like kids' clothes; they were like weird clothes for kids. And there was a few department stores that got into trouble. What was it? Was it Target in America got into trouble as they were selling clothes like this for a similar type of clothing, like for kids in there. It's like, why are you trying to sell this rubbish? It was obviously an agenda, a weird agenda.
What, sexualizing children with the clothes they're wearing?
Yeah,
like crop tops and things.
Yes, really weird stuff. Yeah.
I don't remember Target doing. I remember Celine Dion doing it with skulls and demons and things, and she had a whole line of clothing for kids. And you'd look at it and go, "Do I really want my kid dressed in skulls? What's this all about?"
Yeah.
See, I never noticed that in my Target. It might just be where I live. Sorry, but I thought it was the whole putting boys in like a Hello Kitty nightgown and stuff, and like targeting, like not targeting, but like targeting those female girl clothes to the same age boys. I thought that was the issue, but I never saw any of that. And then there was that whole bathroom thing that people were spazzing out about. But like I said, it's probably where I live. I live in a very conservative area, so that stuff really wouldn't be allowed. I don't think people would like burn the store down. I never saw it, but I mean, if I lived in Oregon, I may have. Yeah.
Yeah, it may not be throughout the whole of the US, but I do remember Target getting into trouble because I remember some of the social media influencers attacking Target at the time, and Target had to take away the line of clothing. There was a bit of sexualization, and then there was the whole dressing boys and girls clothing, dressing girls and boys clothing. It's like there was something on the girls rack. Like that's obviously not a girl. It's obviously not for a little girl. You know what I mean, or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like the type of clothing. It's like this. They were trying to mute. It's like a soft landing. See if we can get away with this, and then before we know it, we can get everyone dressing in a way where there's no particular gender kind of stuff. There was that kind of a thing going on. That kind of an agenda, but as I said, it was Target, but I don't know if it was everywhere. I don't think Target in Alabama are going to be doing that, if you know what I mean.
Right.
But
No,
Target
it definitely was Target. Because I remember when all that stuff was breaking, I'm like, oh my God. So I immediately went to Target because I wanted to see it. I'm like, I want to see what's going on. And I'm like, wait, it's the same as it was 6 months ago. No, it could have happened in a bigger city here for sure, but I never noticed it. And then it kind of seemed like most people kind of flipped their lids about it anyway, so they kind of stopped it immediately, I think. But then again, I mean, you go to a Target in Salem, Oregon, it might still be like that. But they're making it to where you can't really escape it anymore. Now you just got to kind of just got to deal with it. It sucks.
I mean, I don't see how people can't understand that when this is going on, whether it's sexualized clothing for kids or it's the meshing of gender clothing for kids, that your kids are being targeted by somebody with an agenda. I mean, why can't you see this? Parents are funny. It's like, why can't you see what's happening? Your child is being manipulated in some way. That you're not even seeing. I mean, why would you buy that for your kid? To wear. You know what I mean? Why do you even just allow it to be there? It's like, no. You can't allow that nonsense. Because it's an attack on the most vulnerable, which is the kids. That's what it is. But there's a lot of parents, they just kind of, instead of speaking out about something, they just kind of go along with it. Do you know what I mean? It's like, where can you go? I'm sure I've heard some horror stories about stuff with schools and stuff. It's like, where are you going along with that? Do you know what I mean? It's like, you have to be able to put your foot down. When it comes to your kids, you have to put your foot down. That's that. No, to hell with what anyone thinks is you. You have to put your foot down. But people will go along to get along, regardless of the situation sometimes.
Absolutely. And a lot of it's, like I said, in the United States, it's like, it's either extremely like one way or the other on the scale. Like, it's the main reason why I'll never move back to where I grew up in the Northeast, because it's gotten so out of hand since I've been away from there. I wouldn't be able to relate to anything. But, you know, a lot of these places where people just go along with it, it's just because, you know, conformity. You know, the nail that sticks up gets the hammer, it seems like. And I don't know, I'm lucky. I really haven't had to come across any of that. Like, it's all just kind of been like stories and distant lands of all these weirdos, and I haven't really had to experience it. So I feel pretty blessed. Ugh.
I think at present, no, I'm not a parent, but I think at present, this is one of the most dangerous times to be a parent. Because they're trying to manipulate and attack your children in ways people aren't even noticing and have been. Now, they've had to pull back on it in recent times because it became so obvious. But they're still at it, have no doubt. And have no doubt, they're just trying to do it in a different way. You know, it's scary. Scary because they, you know, it would even give me a certain amount of anxiety at times. And I'm not even a parent. You know, it's like, well, there's people out there and their whole agenda, you know, they don't care. They have this agenda and they're pushing it and they don't care. You know, they're looking straight past you as the parent. They're focusing on targeting your child in some way, you know, for this agenda or for whatever. And it's just, you know, as I talked about earlier, there's times in life when, you know, some things need to be done, unfortunately.
Here we go. Psycho agenda.
But sometimes you need it.
Well, I mean, he's right. Like, you know, when I was a kid in the 90s, I mean, we didn't have the internet. Oh, okay. We didn't have the internet for real back then. But like, when I was like 12, 13, when I first started playing Call of Duty online and stuff, like I was like, my parents were never thinking, oh my God, someone's going to try to like, you know, groom my kid. But now like your kids can't even play a video game without having predators attacking them. It's gotten so out of control. You just got to like everything your kid does, you have to monitor everything. Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with all the online stuff and the video games and everything else, you know, it's a lot harder to see where your child is being manipulated.
It's funny, like you can go on YouTube and type in like Call of Duty server 2006 and just listen to what the servers, like the people in between the games are saying to each other. But then you do it now, it's just, it's hilarious. The world's just changed. It's gotten into a really weird place. And I don't know. It's kind of like, what can you do about it? Other than, you know, I mean, you're stuck between that rock and a hard place and something's got to give. It can't, I don't know. It's just a really, we live in like a very interesting time for sure. It's not boring. Getting really weird and out of control.
When it comes to something like online manipulation, very hard to deal with that. You might have to, let's just say, approach a social media company or something like that. But it's a big process. But when you see stuff in your local department store that's been sold as if it's some kind of children's clothing, and it's obviously got an agenda attached to it, right? That's a different story. You can actually go and face to face speak to the manager of that store. You know what I mean? You have at least a person. Online stuff, you don't have so much. It's an email to this, or you know what I mean? Some message to that, you know, bot or whatever. You know what I mean? Whereas at least when you see that stuff, you know what I mean? You can literally approach the department manager and say, "What is that about? Why are you trying to sell that?" You know what I mean? You can, you know, straight away you have someone who has to deal with you face to face. You don't have that online, so it's obviously a lot less controllable online.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. And I feel like a lot of ways Europe's almost worse with that kind of stuff than the United States in some aspects. But then again, I mean, the United States, we're the front runners. We're the ones that kind of like push it on everybody, then everyone else follows suit. Like
not so much. Not so much. A lot of stuff actually doesn't start in the US. But when it does end up in the US, it's kind of pushed in your face, or it's publicized more, if you understand what I mean. I'll give you a good example.
Right.
Las Vegas was always called the city of sin, right? Because of gambling and prostitution and all the rest of it. These kind of things. When, you know, and then you have the legalization of marijuana, you know, this happened in you know, Colorado, you know, this kind of stuff, right? But that stuff has been going on in other parts of the world, just wasn't made a big deal of and wasn't publicized. You know, gambling, you have Monte Carlo, that's the real hub of gambling. If you're talking about real gambling, you're talking about that, because it's serious money people that would be there. Cheats and all these kind of people who normally wouldn't be in Las Vegas. If you're talking about the legalized drugs and prostitution and that kind of stuff, you have Holland. You know, in other parts of Europe, which aren't much different than Holland, you know, Amsterdam and all this. Yeah, you've other parts of, you know, like Australia, even when I was there 25 years ago, like prostitution in Australia was basically legal, and smoking weed was basically legal 25 years ago, you know, in Australia. Like when I say it wasn't legal to smoke weed, but no one's going to bother you if you were smoking weed. If you're just smoking it, you know, and there was even an area of Sydney where it was like basically Amsterdam, like coffee shops there. You know, not as open as Amsterdam or parts of Europe, but still, the point I'm making is, and even the legalization of harder drugs started in Europe as well. And I think some of it could have gone in Australia as well, but legalization of harder drugs did start. And, you know, like injecting boots and all that, that started in Europe as well, for heroin users and all that. I think it was in Sweden or something like that. So a lot of these things that they do start in other parts of the world, but when they get to America, they're personified more and it's more publicized. So people would see somewhere like Las Vegas as, you know, the city of sin or whatever, when that kind of stuff was going on in other places for a long, long time before Las Vegas was even around, or a long time before it was going on in Las Vegas, if you understand what I mean. Just Las Vegas is became more razzmatazz, more big lights, more, you know what I mean, more attention grabbing, you know. So that's what happens in America. Everything becomes and it's just the American way. What is America? America is not like, we'll do this subtly. We won't do it subtly. We'll do it loud and we'll make a big deal of it. So I mean, that's the American way, isn't it? That's what makes America America. You know, I mean, it's that kind of confidence in it or whatever. That's America. You know, the stars and the stripes. the big deal, the big, you know what I mean? Everything is like explosion and, you know what I mean? I don't machine gun, you know, everything is big deal in America. Everything is big deal in America. That's just the American way. Do you know what I mean? And that's good because it's things, big places have to be different. Everywhere can't be the same. But basically, Las Vegas is kind of like a mixture between Amsterdam and Monte Carlo. They made a big deal out of it. You know, in a way, basically, isn't it? You think of it that way.
Yeah, but like, see, I've never been, but like, so like when I think of Monte Carlo, like I think of like Bugattis and like rich like royalty and like all those dudes from like Saudi Arabia, all the princes and stuff hanging out there. But then when I think of Las Vegas, I just think of some fat dude taking a dump on the sidewalk. Like America just has a way to make everything super scummy and gross.
America makes, it's like, America took the Jeep, right? The World War II Jeep, right? That became like a 4x4 people could use on farmland and stuff like that. And they turned it into the monster truck. That's eventually why it became a pickup truck, which became the monster truck. Do you know what I mean? That wasn't going to happen anywhere else. Only America were going to do it. Only America were going to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It is. It's like, so America will take something and they'll inflate it up and make it into something way more attention grabbing. I think that's the big thing in America is attention grabbing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know how to explain it correctly. It's like everything that's big and great and gains attention and loud is a big in America is like that's a good thing. You know, kind of way. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it. It's just kind of alpha male, kind of stars and stripes, kind of pride, kind of. I don't know. It's hard to. I find it hard to find the words to explain. But everything, as I said, the 4x4, the Jeep, was just like something was either used in war or was used on farmland. But it became a pickup truck in America. Then it became the monster truck. You know what I mean? That wasn't, as I said, that wasn't going to happen anywhere else. It took the American psyche and the American culture for that to happen. So that's brilliant. Like I loved all that. I love all that. That's why I love America. It's because it does. Ireland is very the opposite of that, right? America is like everything is big and loud. Ireland is small and quiet. You know, that kind of way. You know, we were never going to create the monster truck here. You know, the monster truck was never coming from Belgium. I'll put it that way. Do you know what I mean? It was never going to happen in Belgium, for example. Other things will happen in Belgium, but not the monster truck.
Right. Yeah, America's a strange place. Like there's nothing subtle about the United States in any aspect, really.
That's the word I was looking for. Subtle. That's the word. No subtlety.
No subtlety at all. That's why a lot of people get really upset when you tell them that the astronauts are all liars and stuff, because they put Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin on the same exact pedestal as George Washington. You know, like it's a weird pride thing. Like they have to be the best in everything. Everything's got to be the biggest or the fastest. Half the time it's not. Like our cars are horrible, like compared to European cars and Japanese cars and stuff. You know, they're just a little bigger.
Well, I'd say a marked difference. The American that goes to the, let's say, Olympics or the athletics championships or something like that, right? It comes back with a silver medal. People go, wow, silver medal, well done, right? But that's it. You know what I mean? It's not the gold. You have to get the gold. And that's what people like. Whereas Ireland, if someone comes back with a silver medal, it was like, wow, silver medal, they did really good. one person got the gold, that one person is better on the day or at the time, and that, you know what I mean? They're happy with the bronze or the silver. You know what I mean? Whereas America's not happy unless it gets the gold, and I like that because that's what competition's all about. Do you know what I mean? Now, it's not that you shouldn't celebrate getting a silver or a bronze, right? You've obviously put a lot of effort in, but it's not the gold, and the gold is the one you want. The gold is the one. And sometimes I find that I think with America is like, it's very much like if they're sending somebody to some sporting event or something, right, that involves other nations, there's an expectancy that you're going to have to come back with the gold, right? Otherwise, what are you doing there? You know, in a way, whereas I can only speak for, I can't speak for Britain. Britain are more interested in gold medals too, but in Ireland, like, they'll be like, oh, right, you came back with a bronze or silver, and people will celebrate the person who got that medal. But the mindset is not like you should have got the gold. In America, the mindset is you should have got the gold. That's the mindset, and that's the good mindset. If you're going to be competing, that's the mindset you have to have. You know, whereas I think that Ireland are too lazy in that way.
If you don't get the gold, don't you come back to America?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What are you doing here with your silver medal? Do you know what I mean?
What are you doing here with the what do you call it? The what do you call that? Medal? Yeah, with the medal that betrayed Jesus. We don't want no silver here, Antichrist.
Yeah, that's a good thing, though. I think that's a good thing. Where there's this want of the want of the gold. It's like that's the point of being there. Now that can go to an extreme where you have someone like Lance Armstrong, who wins the Tour de France 7 years in a row or something like that. It's like, but he did it through the use of steroids. Point being is that no one wanted to think about that. No one wanted to hear about that. You know, as long as he was coming back with the Tour de France. Do you know what I mean? He was the winner. Right? It was obvious to other people that he's only a winner because he's, something's amiss here. He was nobody, and suddenly he's winning it 7 times. Something wrong there. You know what I mean? But no, everyone was like, hey, you know what I mean? Lance Armstrong is the best kind of thing. When he was just like, he just had the best chemist, as an uncle of mine would say.
He was doing the blood doping though, right?
Yeah, whatever way his chemist was working it, they were working really well. But I'm sure there was a lot of payoffs going on as well. You know what I mean? Where people were being paid to not test them as stringently as they were testing other athletes. That goes on all the time with all this athletic stuff. Countries paying for their athletes not to get tested as much as others, I remember when I was younger, my favorite athlete when I was very young was Ben Johnson, the 100-meter sprinter. But Ben Johnson was from Canada. Now, he eventually got done for doping, for having steroids in his system. And his argument afterwards, because I read an article years later, I was only very young when he was around, was that he maintained that other athletes were using the drugs too, but they weren't getting caught. And they weren't being tested as much, and the people weren't headhunting them like he was headhunted. And he reckoned he was headhunted because he was beating Carol Lewis, which he was. And Carol Lewis was the number one, America's number one at the time. And after Ben Johnson got removed, Carol Lewis was winning all the goals. But while Ben Johnson was around, Carol Lewis couldn't beat him. And he maintained that Carol Lewis was using things. Everyone was using it, he said. And I could say at the time, I would say there was a lot of athletes using it because there wasn't as many rules. He said everyone to be using it. He said, but he said he reckoned he was that basically America put pressure on the doping board or whatever within the Olympic Committee to kind of make a point of making sure that he's shown up to be using steroids or whatever. And he said it was because he wasn't American, because he was Canadian, and it was looking bad that this Canadian was beating the American all the time. So it's really corrupt, the whole, because it's true, Carl Lewis was a brilliant athlete. Now, in other elements of athletics, Carl Lewis would beat Ben Johnson no bother, different other elements. But when it came to the 100-meter sprint, he couldn't beat him. Ben Johnson was too fast. But the American Olympics board were not happy with this, and they put pressure on the actual Olympic board to do something about Ben Johnson. So, it's like there's all politics involved in it, in all that.
Have you seen what Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson currently looks like?
No.
He's obviously stopped taking performance-enhancing drugs, and he's lost half his body mass. So he looks like, I personally think he looks like a normal guy now, as opposed to something that's been inflated with a bicycle pump. But he just looks like a normal, regular guy.
Yeah, if he was like just put clothes on and you not see his face, you wouldn't think he was anybody special. He looks
normal.
That's going to be super unhealthy to lose that much, because I feel like he was just big like 3 months ago. I don't know.
Well,
but he probably...
I remember people. Sorry. Just say I remember people back some years back when I used to be involved in submission wrestling and all these kind of things. And there'd be people on the world stage and people I knew myself who would be built, muscle, built up, big chest, big shoulders, all this kind of stuff. And they're always raring to go. But then just suddenly they're in a competition or they're in something where there's tests going on or something happens, and suddenly they don't look that way. And they're not winning. That kind of way. Like there was two particular guys, I remember, I can't remember their names now, but they were two really, if you saw these guys now, they were really built strong. They're naturally athletic people anyway, these guys. So they would be naturally built anyway. But this was more of an extreme. These two lads were into submission wrestling, world championships kind of stuff. And what happened is there was certain testing started going on, and at the testing, they play at certain competitions, and they weren't turning up at those competitions. Do you know what I mean? It became very obvious that these guys were, they always ended up in the final against each other. Why did these two fellas always end up in the final against each other? It's obvious. They're on the rise, on the enhancements in some way. And when they started testing at certain competitions before someone got to fight or whatever, suddenly they weren't at those competitions. I remember seeing an MMA fighter. He was only like a semi-pro or whatever, but he was winning fights and he was built, really built, and then there was some testing went on, and suddenly he just looked like half of what he used to look like, and he wasn't winning. Do you know what I mean? It's like, for me, that's pointless. For me, what is the point? Because if you win because of steroids or whatever, to me, it makes no sense. Like, you didn't win then. It wasn't you. Unless both of you are taking or something, the same things or something. But even at that, what's the point? You didn't win. You're not the winner. You only won because of the steroids. You got the advantage because of the steroids. That kind of thing. So
I think steroids should be mandatory in American football.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
Let everyone take them.
Yeah. That would even it out. That way you wouldn't need testing. Everyone can use whatever they want. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
A lot of people said that about the Olympics as well for a long time.
I mean, even like every stellar athlete you could think of has tried something, some type of, like the Tom Brady's and Peyton Mannings of the world. I'm sure, like, Tom Brady's used steroids. Oh, I just use steroids to rebuild the fibers in my whatever. Yeah, okay, but he's still using them. I mean, Peyton Manning was using them. He wasn't using them to get jacked. He was using them for like muscle regeneration and stuff, apparently. But still steroids.
Well, I'll be honest with you. There was a time when I would have been semi-pro level fit. My conditioning would have been semi-pro level. Where now that is for, let's say, submission wrestling and stuff like that, right? Now that is a good level, right? The step up from that is pro level, right? That means your whole life has to be given to it. Like the best you're going to do, if you're just doing it on the side, the best you're going to do is semi-pro. Right? And some of the people, as far as that conditioning level, as a particular conditioning level, and obviously the people I was training with, they had that too. A friend of mine was better than me, but it's like you get to a certain point and you're so fit, you're so fit, and it's like I don't know. It's like I can understand why people are drawn. I don't like it for a competition, but I can understand why people are drawn to the enhancement just to get that extra boost. Because it is a drug. Fitness can be a drug, in that kind of way. And physical training can be an absolute drug. And something that brings you onto that next level, I can understand why that's so appealing. I didn't do it, but I can understand why it would be so appealing. Especially as well, and also then for people who are obviously getting older and they're having a hard time if their career is like American footballer or someone like that. You know what I mean? They're playing in the NFL or whatever, and they're getting a bit older and they can't recover from training as much. I can understand why people go, well, I don't want my career to end here, and I just don't want to have to give up. You know what I mean? I can understand then why some of those guys would want to start using, some enhancement, products. I can understand it, but from a fitness point of view, is that when you get to a certain level, you don't want, if you can move up a level, if you can increase anything that would enhance your abilities, you want. Regardless of what it is, you want it. Like you're not going to be drinking and stuff like that. You're going to be trying to get sleep. You're going to be doing the right things to make sure you get the best out of yourself for that. For when you're training, especially if you're competing, for when you're training, you're going to want the best, and because everyone else is. You have to do it. Everyone else is doing it. So I can understand someone wanting that edge and wanting to. I understand it. I didn't like it, didn't do it, but I understand it. I didn't like it for competitive stuff. I thought it was just pure cheating for competitive stuff. But I understand why someone would want that. And once they do take these products, I can understand why they keep taking them, because you suddenly have this edge, you have this extra vitality or whatever that you didn't have before. So it's like having loads of money, but that you're not happy with it. You want more money. It's like that, isn't it? It's maybe a little bit like that.
Yeah, it's like I don't know if you would know about it, but in the '90s, it was a huge thing between two baseball players, Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa, and they were both roided, like absolutely roided all the way up, and like they were just like they were trying to break a home run record, and it turned into this whole competition. But then like when steroids became illegal and stuff, and they found out that they were 100% on it, it kind of because when I said steroids should be illegal, that was a little bit tongue in cheek, but I figured if they're professional athletes and they're getting them through their doctors and stuff, and they're they're not just buying it out of a bag, next to a dumpster, whatever. Because then it becomes a problem too, because something that's not classified as a steroid or whatever, and it's perfectly legal, then you're taking it, then all of a sudden it becomes illegal and they test you. And now it's like you kind of get painted as being a cheater when you weren't technically doing anything wrong until the rule change happened. So that's why I don't know. But for combat sports, I wouldn't think steroids are ethical at all. I mean, but who knows? I don't know. But you don't hear about steroids as much anymore, except for like in pro wrestling.
Well, they're not good in combat sports, and I tell you why. One of the reasons they're not good is because they can give someone an edge, and that person can end up killing someone or seriously injuring someone simply because they have this extra edge that they really shouldn't have. So it can be dangerous in that way. You know, even if you're training with someone who's full of roids, they're not good people to train with. They're not. They have this big mad intensity about them. You know what I mean? They're overly aggressive. That kind of thing. Sometimes some of these people.
Oh yeah, that's a true thing. Like I grew up with my buddy. He was on steroids. He always denied it until he moved out, and then we moved to couch and found all his like little schedulings and stuff. But he was the nicest, chillest person ever. But if you ever went to the gym with him, you wouldn't want to be around him. He wasn't a dick to you personally, but he didn't chill out. He was like going at like an 11 the entire time, and like it just. But other than that, when he wasn't at the gym, he was the most mellowest, meek person you'd ever meet.
Some people become, some people are naturally very competitive. I liked to do the things I did, but I wasn't as competitive as other people. If you know what I mean. There was some people, like a lad who used to train me. He actually started with us before or after I ever started. But he went and did got a lot of training with professionals, and he was just a natural as well. He just had the natural abilities for submission wrestling and all that. Now, he would never use steroids or anything like that. He's not that kind of person. But he was naturally competitive, where he would go from being easy going, he's the soundest guy, really good guy, very intelligent fella, a good character, right? But easy going, right? But when it comes to competing, there's a complete change. Like, his face changes, everything changes. For him, for me to look like he looked like when he was competing, I'd have to be going into a war situation. Now, that doesn't mean that he would instantly be greater in a war situation, but I don't mean it like that. I just mean like that he naturally had this switch that he switched on, and he ended up winning world champion, winning some pretty big championships. At one point, and for the level he was at. And I saw him. He was in Brazil at this Brazilian, Brazilian Open or something. It's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu thing some years ago. And at his level, he took apart like 6-7 people. There was just no competing. None of them even came close to competing with him. He broke a couple of guys' elbows and stuff like that. He was just... he just had this switch. He has it, this competitive switch. And when he switches it on, he's all business. And that's it. When it comes to competition. Now, as I said, that doesn't mean that he's going to be like that if we were in a war situation or something like that, because it's not the same thing. But I'm just saying, to have that look on my face, to take it, I'd have to have something. What it is, he took the competition just really, really serious. Deadly serious. Whereas for me, competition was just like, it didn't really matter that much. And I think that's the thing. Like, as I was saying earlier about the whole gold medal stuff, it's like you have to really want that gold medal. And he's one of those guys that got those gold medals. He's just one of those guys. He's just competition was deadly serious. Whereas for me, it's just like I didn't care whether I competed or not. You know what I mean? So it's difference in people, I suppose.
Yeah, either you have the that killer instinct or you don't. I mean, in that particular field, I mean, you might get just as competitive about other things that might not even be athletics, but when certain people latch on to athletics, either they're good at, like, there's a lot of people who just have lots of natural talent and don't take it seriously. Then you get the other ones that have to work a little harder at it because they lack some of the talent, and they're the hyper competitive ones just because they had to be that way just to hang with the other people. But like, I don't think steroids increases your competitive, like how much competitiveness you have, because I think that's just kind of something that's either in your nature or it's not.
Yeah, some people are just they just want to be the winner. No, I understand it though, because in some other things I was competitive. I just wasn't competitive. I just wasn't as competitive as he was. As some of my friends were when I was training. He was training me at times, but he was still my friend. But I treated him obviously when he's training me. He's training me. Like, yeah, I give him that respect. but it was like I just enjoyed doing it, whereas he was deadly serious. That kind of way. It's like, I like driving cars, but the other guy, he likes driving them really fast and faster than everyone else and winning. That kind of thing. Yeah, it's like some people are just, and as you said, like, it might just not be for every sport. It could be something else he's not competitive at. But when it came to that, he was deadly serious. Like, there's a complete change in his face. His face just completely changed when he was competing. Completely changed. I could see the guy who was on the video, watched the video of him when he was in Brazil. And you could see some of the faces on the guys across the mat from him, like, that they went, when he just walked onto the mat, his face changed, and you could see that their face changed. They got scared. Because he was so serious. He was more serious than them. In a way. And the one who's taking it the most serious is the one that's normally going to win often in those situations, isn't it? All other things being even.
That it's a psychological edge he just gained over them too. If you can make them break before it even happens, you're pretty much going to win. So I bet there's a lot of that goes into it too. It's all psychology.
But yeah, Mike Tyson was great at it. He was deadly serious, right, about the thing, whereas some of his opponents weren't that serious as him. And so when he'd be there looking at them, they'd be kind of like, they'd be ready to have a fight, but they weren't as serious as him. He was deadly serious, more than they were. And that was what a lot of time won it for him, because he had this intensity, this aggression. He was taking it all so serious. He wasn't going, I'll give it a go and see what happens. He was going in there with the intent of not, like he was scared of them doing it to him. So it was fear driving him. But there you go. That's a great example of that. Someone who's just taking something very serious, more than their opponent. If your opponent is taking it more serious than you, and all other things are equal, then you're probably going to lose.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said for the most part, he was terrified before every single fight. But then once they would have to stare off, when they would have to touch gloves and stuff, he said he could tell right then and there if he was going to win or lose based on if they broke eye contact with him. He says if they break eye contact, then he automatically knew he was going to win. But yeah, he was extremely fear driven. He said he was petrified before pretty much every bout up until a certain point when he just started crushing everybody. But sure, he was still semi scared. But yeah, he was always afraid before his fights. I was surprised when he said that because of like his, the way his reputation was. He's definitely, man, he's one of the most interesting people you like when you listen to him talk. I just like he's kind of become like almost turned into a saint though, and it's like the guy still was kind of scummy. I mean, he seems like he's repented, but he's an interesting cat for sure.
Well, I you know what? He just had a lot of bad influences around him. Grew up in a bad way, had a lot of bad influences around him. I think he's really turned his life around, to be honest with you. I think he's actually he's very wise, very smart guy. But I think he has a lot of wisdom from his own mistakes and that.
Oh yeah, no, he totally does. No, I don't think he's a bad person now, but he definitely was at one point. But that's it's redemption. I mean, he's the model of that. I mean, no one's ever been perfect. Everyone's done things they're not proud of. Maybe not to the same level as him, but no, he's definitely not. He's a good dude. I just got upset when he threw that fight with Jake Paul. I don't care what anybody says. He totally threw that fight because there was openings where he could have just ended him and he didn't.
But
I mean, $30 million. He needed the money.
Look, your man Jake Paul, he can box. There's no doubt about it. He can box. He's good at it. But let's be honest. There's a reason why he fights a lot of MMA fighters who are at the end of their career, or guys who are gone past in age, people like Mike Tyson, because, do you know what I mean? He wants to have the wins underneath his belt. He doesn't. See, for him, it's a money thing, right? He can set up a fight with some MMA fighter who is gone past their prime, right? Who knows it's a money fight. They're going in there to lose. They're not going in there to win. He has to win the fight. It might be like Tyron Woodley, right? In the first fight he had with him, put him out to the ropes, and he wasn't allowed after that due to contract. When Jake Paul got back in, he wasn't allowed to finish him off. That was part of the contract, supposedly. In the second fight, Tyron Woodley, loads of pro boxers were calling it out. They say that Tyron Woodley dropped his hand on purpose for Jake Paul to knock him out. It was like there was too much of a difference between the two fights. Do you reckon in a way? Now, I'm not saying Jake Paul is not good, because obviously he's able to box. You can't say he's not good. But he's not at the level. He has never proven himself to be at the level that he's supposed to be at, because he keeps fighting a load of people who are at the end of their careers, or people who need money, or people who are too old. Do you know what I mean? These kind of things. And even an MMA fighter, they're not going to have pro boxing skills. They'll be better than a normal person, but they don't have pro boxing skills. The MMA fighters, boxing is only one part of it. So they can't work on the boxing skills like a boxer. It's not the same thing. So they're not going to have pro boxing skills. Even with a bit of training, they would take a good few years to gain pro boxing skills. That's not something you can just gain. So things like that. So the guy for me, I see him as someone who's just a smart, he's just making money. Like he has amassed a lot of money and a lot of fame, and people can say what they want, but his lawyer writes up the contracts, and people either sign them or they don't. And once they do, they've done the deal with the devil, and he's going to get the notoriety. He's going to get the win out of it. Now the one fight he did have was against Tyson Fury's brother, Tommy Fury, and Tommy Fury beat him. But Tommy Fury is an actual boxer. Do you reckon in a way? Who is of the same age or similar? Do you reckon in a way? And of the same weight or whatever. Like there's a lot of people as well he's in against Jake Paul. He's often bigger than as well. Like he's a lot bigger than Tyron Woodley, for instance. So it's like, but he did lose that fight because he was up against someone who was of the same age, of the same actual size, and was a pro boxer. He doesn't, like Tommy Fury doesn't have to be a world champion, he just has to be a pro boxer. So that's the difference, But look, if you're going to get involved in that and you're going to sign that contract, you're going to do whatever, I mean, you'll get a payday out of it, but he's going to be the winner. And if you're okay with that, then fine, that's up to you.
Yeah, everything he does is just publicity stunts. He couldn't try to work his way up the card to become a contender to get a championship with a whole group of other boxers in the same age and league as him. He wouldn't. I mean, but then again, he might. I don't know. He's never been in that situation, so I really can't say he couldn't. But mostly what he's doing is just internet money grabbing.
Yeah, but I think he sees it as he could try to do all that and maybe get there and maybe get the notoriety, maybe win. Or he could do it this way and definitely win and definitely get all the money. So. And don't end up with a brain damage. He's smart, like he's not stupid.
He doesn't have to do that to get money or fame, and clearly he doesn't care that much to become a champion in boxing. So why even do that?
Yeah, he's obviously not
I don't know
worried
how
about
he would do
the
if he was
legacy.
to try, though. I mean, what if he did become a champion in some whatever? I don't know if they're called leagues or what. How boxing's like divided up. There's so many belts. I get lost in all that. But I mean, if he was to
Are you
always
talking
strictly
about
fight
that Paul
professionals
kid?
in his own age, he might.
Yes.
Huh? Oh, okay, good. He might do okay.
Logan Paul or whatever, Jake Paul, isn't fighting
They both
for
box.
notoriety. He says why he's fighting.
Yeah.
It's money. He's making money.
Never.
But I think he understands that, like, it's not so much that boxing is corrupt. The fans are corrupt. They'll accept corruption. And I think he's using that to his advantage.
He's using an outside
Oh, I see
system to establish a boxers union for, the boxers that don't make it but get brain damage because of the sport, so that they get insurance to help cover them for the rest of their lives.
Say that first part
That should
again,
be
Tom.
He's trying to establish a boxers union.
All right. Yeah, well, he's doing something good for the sport then, because it needs that. Because there's a lot of boxers end up with being punch drunk and stuff like that. And they're not even people that, like, you can end up being punch drunk without ever becoming a pro. You can end up being punch drunk without ever becoming a pro boxer. So it'd be very easy if you're a pro boxer to end up in that situation.
I mean, really, that should be for almost all contact sports anyway. Everything from UFC to American football to hockey. Like, if you're getting, concussed and stuff, and then you're no longer doing that sport, you should be covered by the sport you were playing. If you were, I guess you would have to be professional, maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, that should be in place already. Just because, like, the average football career is only 3 years. And if you never actually make it on a team, you're always just going to get a rookie minimum or then become a scout player. But you're still getting, so a lot of these football players, they end up completely broke 5 years after they're done playing. And then they can't take care of themselves anymore.
I think a lot of them don't have any good money management. What happens is they get money when they're young because they're athletes. So athletic things are going to be a young age driven thing. So they get money when they're young. Like, they can afford a Bugatti when they're 18, 19, this kind of thing or whatever. And what can happen then is they end up not respecting money and not having good money management if they don't have good people around them. And they end up, when they do retire, they end up putting their money into things that are only scams and failures, all these crypto stuff, and buying into developments and stuff like that, where putting a load of money into some development, and it turns out that there was a bog underneath where the development was supposed to be built that nobody was told about. You know what I mean? This kind of thing, and someone's after running off with all the money. There's always some, because there's always vultures around looking to scam people like that. Or all their money was coming from sport deals that when they're retired they won't have. Things like that. So that's a big part of it.
Oh yeah, it's easy to blow through $5 million if you think you're going to have a long career, but then all of a sudden you get hit. Now your ACL is completely gone forever. Your career ends, and now you don't have any money because you spent it all. That happens to so many people.
Yes. Yes, like, as soon as you got any money, that's one thing I never had any money, but any money I did have, I always knew the right thing to do with it. And as soon as you get any money, I don't care if it's only 4,000, 40,000, whatever you can get. Let's just say, do not, like, I'm one of these people. If I won the lottery tomorrow, let's just say, the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to go somewhere, leave where I am, and I'm going to go to Switzerland or somewhere because I'm going to have to need a bank account there. But I'm not going to be spending loads of money. Like, okay, I'm not going to be flying coach, as you would call it. I'm going to go on first class. I'm not flying and I'm not dealing with that, with the cattle, right, if I can avoid it. But as far as spending money, I'm not going to be going off, if I had one, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm not going to be buying a Bugatti. That's not the first thing I'm going to be doing. But I won't buy a Bugatti anyway, or any of those kind of, I'm not into those kind of cars. But the point is, I'm not going to be buying one, even if I had the money. Do you know what I mean? Other people, they get a load of money, and the first thing they want to do is buy a mansion and a Bugatti. It's just like, slow down, get control of it, because money is like a wildfire. You have to get control of it. You have to control it, because if you don't, it'll burn itself out, or it'll burn down things you don't want it to burn down. And as soon as you have money, everyone wants some of it. As soon as you have money, everyone wants some of it. And when you won't hand it out to them, then they don't like you. Do you know what I mean? They have no problem with you until you got money, and then they can give it to them. So there's all that, relatives, supposed friends, all that come out of woodwork. There's all that rubbish element to go with it. So you have to be very, very careful about how you handle that situation. But I know for certain, if I ever get a load of money, I know I can handle it, because I've always been that way. I'm one of those people. I could absolutely be a billionaire with ease, not a problem. But other people wouldn't be able to handle that. They wouldn't do it. They would destroy them.
So you're saying if you won the lottery tomorrow, your first purchase would not be cocaine and hookers?
No. Well, I don't know if hookers anyway, and I've never been. And cocaine is not something I partake in either. No.
That's
I'm going to be
much
more. I'm going to be more boring about it. I'm going to be honest. I'll be far more boring about it at first.
No, that's a meme. I don't know if you guys have seen it in like Europe, but like about 10 years ago, we had a Powerball that was going on, and it was like over like $3 billion or something. So like there was a bunch of people in a gas station all filling out their Powerball ticket, and there's a news reporter there, and she just turns to her left to the first guy she sees, and she goes, "Sir, what are you gonna do if you win the money?" The guy just looks at her and goes, "Get some cocaine and hookers," and he like just walked off. It was the greatest thing.
I think I did see that. I did see that. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I understand it. It's just not the first port of call kind of thing. The first port of call is get control of this. It's like, as I said, it's like a wildfire or a bull. You have to control it because it's dangerous. Get control of it. I'll be boring. I'll be the most boring lottery winner ever. On the first day. Honestly.
The first thing you should do if you win the lottery is establish a trust in which the money is, you become the beneficiary and administrator. Give a financial institution trustee rights.
Are you talking about
hire someone?
For your kids or that kind of thing, John? Is that what you mean?
No, it'd just be for you and your posterity, because then the money's protected. Like, nobody can sue you and get that money.
I know what you mean. Yes, you're just protecting yourself. Right, yes, I understand that. They have to go through whoever you have established, whatever company or group you've established or you put in place, as a front man, as a front. Is that what you mean? Like,
or just it's a trust establishment. Like, I'll get you some paperwork on it if you want to know.
I see it with a lot of money. You can someone's threatening you, or trying to get money out of you. It's tricky. It can be tricky. Like, someone's trying to get a lot of money in it. It can be tricky if you have a lot of money. So it's not a good thing to hang around where a lot of people know you. Go to where you're not known. That's the best thing you can do. One of the first things you should do is leave and go to where you're not known. Because if you have a lot of money.
Hey, speaking of suing somebody, can you sue somebody for destroying your worldview?
Let's hope not.
Well, for that, disappointed. Nathan is in a world of trouble.
I don't think so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be looking for angles to take kids off us and things. They want to punish us for destroying their worldview, but I don't think they can take legal action.
Well, I'm going to look for precedent now. See if they can bring a lawsuit against you for destroying their worldview.
It's going to sue Nathan into oblivion. I like that when you say Nathan. Let's hope not.
He made me acknowledge a flat plane before I could say it was a sphere.
Yeah, I don't smile anymore. I don't socialize. You know, I don't socialize anymore. I stay indoors all the time now. You know, the woe is me story, that would you be given to the judge and the jury or whatever in the courtroom. My client, or sorry, it wouldn't be, it'd be my client. Your lawyer would be given the sob story about you, about what happened to you and the effects of what happened to you when Nathan took away your worldview.
I had a great job. I was in a good church. And along comes Nathan and QE and destroyed my life.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about you actually are talking about yourself then?
Yeah, but joking. I thought it was funny.
Many a true word.
I would have probably took the blue pill if I had it all to do over again.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean,
ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, it was. Now it's not.
Or at least you could have figured out a way of wangling it like you... who was the guy we were covering today? I was going to say Orson Welles because stupid vaccine.
George Orwell.
George Orwell. So you become a government shill, basically, a propagandist for the government.
No, I couldn't do that. Like, you can't go back. There's no going back. You know what I mean? It's unless you get severe brain damage.
Are you considering hitting yourself in the head with a hammer? Is that what you're saying, John?
Well, I have been looking around, and I do work at an industrial site. There's a lot of things that could happen in the form of brain injuries. I'm not trying to kill myself, just
numb the pain.
Yeah, make myself a little dumber. That's all I'm looking for.
Dumb the pain. Dumb the pain of knowledge.
What was the word that woman used in the video you played earlier that would replace government shill or informant? Informed or approved something?
Oh, I can't remember the term she used.
It was perfect, I thought. It's much more accurate than government shill or paid informer or whatever. It's basically someone that's saying things that they, the quote unquote they allow them to say that makes it look like that they're going against the government, but they're really just kicking the can down the road into fiction. What they're
Are you saying like an approved agent?
Yeah, but she had a particular term for it. I can't remember how she phrased it either.
improved, well, approved, or oh darn it, that's something that should get into the vocabulary. It sounds much better than Bill. That's so broad. I guess we'll just have to go back and rewatch the video.
Yeah, what was this particular flat earth debate about anyway? I kind of come in for a little bit, had to go. Was y'all just discussing George Orwell?
Yes.
In a way, it kind of answers the question of why would they lie. It takes that out of the picture. It kind of describes how things happen. It is somewhat organic because I don't think there's any hidden hands that cause this stuff to happen. It's just that people who, like Orwell or Dickens, I mean, she mentioned all these old authors, Huxley. I think all of those guys were what she was describing as approved agents, and just what they wrote organically portrayed what they, the big they, want to be portrayed to keep the people in from searching out actually what is true, what's happening now. It's all in the future, and oh, this is a fictional character, this is a story, and oh, that would be bad if Big Brother did this stuff, and memory holes, and all this stuff that is fictionalized, but in the context of reality, what was happening then, what happens now, what's probably always happened organically, is
Right, but what you're describing is ignorance made manifest, not a lie. They're wrong.
No, right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what takes the question of why would they lie? No one's lying. Because lie means literally you have to know what the truth is to actually say this.
No, you don't.
Don't you? No?
No,
well,
the astronauts don't need to know what space is. To lie about being there.
No, that's what we're saying. What we generally say is that the astronauts are the only ones that are really lying when they say they've been to space. But everyone else who thinks space is real and believes the lies of the astronauts, they're just ignorant. And they spread the ignorance just because they just believe what they believe, right? So they're not really lying.
But yeah, the astronauts don't necessarily know the truth either. They're just spreading a falsehood that they know is false.
Well, they don't have to know the truth to tell a lie, right? It doesn't mean they don't know, because we don't know what they know or don't know. But we know that they don't have to know the truth to tell a lie. They can just know that they're telling a lie. No, that is true. And why, the question of why did they lie, I give the same answer to that as I have given in the past. Because they know people will believe them. That's why lawyers lie, because they find out early on in life that people will believe lies. And you can manipulate people with lies. You know, you get good enough at it and brazen enough at it and into a strong enough position, you can use it to your advantage. You know, people don't want to believe. See, what's always on the side of these people is they know that people don't generally want the truth. This is the thing. They don't. Like the proof, this topic is the best proof of it. You know, trying to give people the truth and they don't want to hear it. They haven't wanted to hear it since the 1800s. You know what I mean? Don't tell us about that truth. Don't tell us the truth. Don't tell us that. They don't really want it a lot of the time. You know, until it's absolutely necessary for them to know it. So it's easy when people don't want the truth. It's easy to tell them lies because that is easier to swallow. It's easier for them to take in the lie, even if they suspect it's a lie. It's easier for them to accept it than the truth because the truth is not what they want to hear. So the problem is, are people more afraid of the truth or more afraid of being lied to? Most of the time, they're more afraid of the truth, aren't they? You know, it's a human issue. You know.
I agree. People are more scared of the truth because they've got a vested interest in the lie that they've been deceived by, so they'd rather fight for it.
I think people also suppress the truth.
And lies get promoted.
Yeah. Well, people that are told lies and will refuse to accept it, and accept it, they don't want to know the truth. They don't. You can't handle the truth if they can't handle what they're being told. Earth is a horizontal plane; it's measured that way. Then they will take that information and suppress that truth, and to save their worldview. They'll go to the dictionary and see, oh no, look, horizontal means curve, or level means curve to the surface of the earth. See, and they're just doing that to suppress the truth. They don't know that the water's curving. They just know that it can't be flat because that rocks their world, and they don't even look at the fact, laws of nature, water seeks level. So they suppress that truth in order to protect their worldview. And at that point, if they spread it around that, no, really, the water's curving, then yeah, they're lying because they don't even know what the truth is.
Well, they were so invested in the original lie. The original lie to them was the truth. Now they're finding out that what they thought was true isn't. That makes people wig out. That's why ballers are so angry. That's why people get so upset at this topic.
Well, it starts with people. People are willing to lie to themselves about themselves. Like the corrupt businessman or politician who turns up at church every Sunday, trying to make themselves believe that they're actually a good person, when really what they are is completely corrupt scoundrels. Do you know what I mean? People often try and promote themselves as being something they're not. And there's not everyone, but there's so much of it in the world, so much of that in the world, that people are willing to believe lies about themselves. And we all do it to a certain extent. And that's where that is where the weakness comes in, when you start believing lies about yourself. But it's hard not to tell yourself lies sometimes, because life is hard going. Sometimes you need to tell yourself, it feels like you need to tell yourself a little lie. You know what I mean? You know, because if you don't, the stark reality is just it's not worth it. You know what I mean? I don't want to deal with that. I don't care. I put up with it now, Lloyd. You know, it's a weakness, but it expands out then suddenly into a worldview if you're not careful.
Yes.
Yeah, people do it. People lie to themselves. We all have done it, I'm sure, up to a point. You know, tell yourself, it'll be okay, or when you know it won't, or it is okay when you know it isn't. You know what I mean? You know, things like that. You know, making life easier on ourselves.
Indeedy. Right, with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.